Phillips. You really are a heel. You're as sneaky as a fox. You're as charming as an eel. Ted Phillips. You're a guy who wants money over wins on the field. Ted Phillips, you're a sneaky fox. You hired him, collecting money instead of wins. Ted Phillips, you're the trouble. Yes. You're the reason why we lose. Ted Phillips, you're a sneaky, nasty jerk-off. Yeah. Another fulfilling funkified track.
The following show is for mature audiences only. Tri-City Sports.
Watch the tape, and when you see the tape, you know the tape doesn't lie, and the tape doesn't lie.
As for the Bears, I think Matt Nagy's gone, and I think, Ryan Pace is sort of twisting in the wind to some degree. And I've heard some people say that he could survive. I've heard other people say that they think he's gone. I think Sean Payton is actually an interesting sort of piece here. And follow me here. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago, the idea of trading for coaches. Well, Ryan Pace came up in the Saints organization, has a really good relationship with Sean Payton. Is it possible that Ryan could sell Bears ownership on, I can deliver Sean Payton, and I can give you Sean Payton to help develop Justin Fields? Maybe something like that saves Ryan Pace. But I think, one way or the other, there's going to be a coaching change. And it's quite possible that whether or not Ryan Pace survives maybe depends on what Ryan Pace can pitch ownership as the next phase of where the Bears are going.
Wow, I mean, that's...
So you're talking to George. You're talking to George.
I'm talking to all of them. McCaskey, Ted Phillips, you name it. Doesn't matter who.
Okay.
So
clean pace. Get the GM out of there.
You have to
get Nagy out of there.
Yeah.
All of this minutia with the corporate slogans and all of that. That's what you're saying. I totally agree.
Like, Eric, if you go back to your playing days, and I know you didn't have to deal with this exactly, but you saw the Green Bay game. You saw Jalen Johnson, the Bears, up and coming corner, sit there and talk about, hey,
I don't know if Kramer saw it.
Green Bay made all these adjustments in the second half to get Devontae Adams, their star wide receiver, to get him the ball. They moved him around. They lined him up in the slot. They ran pick plays. And, this is a player on the Bears openly saying this post game. So the media asks Matt Nagy specifically about it in his post-game presser, and he's like, they didn't do anything different. They didn't adjust. Green Bay was doing exactly what they did in the first half. They did it in the second half, the same thing. They didn't make any adjustments. But you have your own player saying something completely different than that. But if you're a player and you're the guy that comes out and says that, like Jalen Johnson, and then you see your head coach go up there and say that, what are you thinking as what's going through your head at that point? Because he's essentially saying that you're a liar. We know Jalen Johnson's telling the truth because we break down the tape. We see it. We watched it on the game.
Ooh, banana. What is it?
Who cares? I'm just saying, it's just like, everything everything offensively, whether it's the run game or the pass game, does not matter. It's simple fundamentals. You put in the passing game and in the zone defense, the object is to put one guy in a bind. So you put one guy wide or one guy inside, or you put one guy high, one guy low. You start in tight, you get out, you come out from inside. It's like an accordion. You make them defend uncomfortably.
I think Nagy's got that figured out, but he just puts his own guy in a bind. You know, it's just he hasn't figured out that he's got to do it to the other side of the ball. Right. Exactly.
Quarterback. Have you ever been in an offense where you couldn't check at the line? That you couldn't get up to the line of scrimmage, say it was a Bob play to the right, and you see, okay, we got to go left here. Have you ever been in an offense like that where you couldn't check and go green? Green is the check. It means we're going left. It could be in your vocabulary or number, whatever.
So to answer your question, no. But I will say that the Ron Turner was the first coordinator I had here in Chicago, or there in Chicago. Not actually here anymore. But so in Chicago, the first coordinator was Ron Turner. The way that the way he called a game was we pretty much are going to tell you where we're going to go. And the 3-4 yard runs in the first quarter are going to turn into 7, 8, 9 yard runs because it's just a power running game. Right. It's what Dallas did. And in the passing game, in a zone defense, you're going to put one guy in conflict. And when you when you design, say, a running play, when you design a passing play, I remember this Green Bay game. It was 1995, and we had something that was we didn't have a tight end on the left side. We had on the right, and the check was if the will linebacker, which is the weak outside linebacker, walks up on the line, we got to get out of whatever pass play we had and get to a run that goes to the other side. Okay. So I missed it. And Andy Heck was the left tackle. And he's like, hey, I think you want to get out of this.
Hello.
Oh, you're right.
That Matt Nagy thinks that he needs to be the star of the offense. He needs to be the focal point. It's got to be his plays, not the players making plays and playing fundamental football, but that he's the superstar. I mean, that's not sustainable. You're never going to do anything in the NFL with that mentality as a head coach.
Well, I would say, so think about what you said. So if that's the perception that people have of you, how are you going to lead people if they think it's all about you?
Yeah.
Because drop the mic, end the show, curtains drop.
The Bears players, and we've talked to a ton of them on this show. They had to go to the head coach and ask him in the end of season meetings. When you go and meet with the coach and the GM when your season's over, the exit meetings.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Matt Nagy goes, the guys kept on coming up to me and said, Coach, what we would like to see is we want accountability tape put up after the games when we're in the meeting room where you're going to grill us in front of the entire team, the coaches and everybody, because we feel like we need that. And I said to Phil when I heard that, I'm like,
so you texted it right to me because this network again said there's no fucking way that these coaches are putting this bullshit up on the screen in front of their peers, which is the most important thing.
This is the NFL, and they're not going over the mistakes that were made in the game. And Matt Nagy,
a bad game, guys. We're not going to watch it.
Matt Nagy came out and said they would do it in the wins. The losses, they just push to the side and we move on. Matt Nagy said that. The head coach.
Yeah, I
quoted it.
That's I'm sure you guys have example after example after example.
Yes,
because he's been here 3-4 years now.
And 18. Yeah.
And so as you were describing this, it kind of made me think back to one of the things that I thought that the Bears, the offensive coaching staff did a great job of is on Friday. Friday was a perfect. It was the 20-play script. Yeah. That was our offensive practice, and you're not going to run out 20 plays no matter where you are. But the idea is that you know ahead of time basically what you're going to be doing and why you're going to be doing it and what defenses you're likely to be facing in this situation at this point in the game or on this yard line or whatever.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
I go trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Here it is! For just recording.
Stick no competition.
Keeping it 100. Other people drop off, but we still keep rocking.
I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Open competition.
Keeping it 100.
The smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. The dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the freaking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now them out stuff like the true and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sack strolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the upstairs. The tape never lies, the truth, you see. We laugh, we lie, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man and Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100. Draft Dr.
Keeping
Phil.
Keeping it 100.
Shayne, Money Man Marsaw, and the guard.
Yo! Ho, 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 motherfuckers. It's Wednesday night, special holiday edition of the TTNL, Keeping It 100. No Claudio, no problem. We got a problem, Houston. Fucking Matt Nagy is still our goddamn coach. The good news is the game is on Sunday the 26th, so the Bears can't ruin your fucking Christmas. So with that, fuck you, Angelo. Let's bring on Mr. Shayne Marsaw.
Hey.
And Mr. Villatoshan.
Hey. Take that ball away.
It's Villatoshan.
I didn't know you were named after your dad, right?
This dude just found out today that I was a junior from my dad's name. He had no idea
I
that
think it's,
Not for me. Just look down.
this dude down here.
This fucking idiot.
From the dude wearing his grandmother's sweater.
There's
Mr.
hope,
Ryan.
guys. There's hope.
I don't know if there's any hope for Jackal.
Not tonight, Mark.
How did you not know that I was Villatoshan Jr.?
You know, when your dad is as great as he is, you know, that's I can't say it's a tall thing to live up to, but
did you really think that the field at Lyman Hall was named after Phil?
Yeah, once I put that together, I was like, nope. Phil was
That's that signs high for Phil to crawl up there and paint. Name the field himself.
I will tell everybody that it was named after me. Later on in life.
Nothing wrong with that.
Do we have that drop, Phil? This is your dad.
Phil, this is your dad.
We need that drop.
I can pull it out
that
of the
should be a
coffers.
regular drop.
Ryan and Matt are men of character.
Yes,
we got a couple good drops on Senior, but I don't think he wants those played.
I'm going to tell them about. I'm going to talk to him about the drops.
It'd be great if you could play one of them.
Christmas Eve. I think he's learned the evolution of this network and show.
Yeah.
So I think he might have some fun with that.
Don't be surprised, guys. I've got something special for you in my sack.
Yes, in his sack.
Yeah.
It's a special Christmas episode.
It is.
As we move closer to Christmas.
You gotta have some fun, man.
You gotta have fun.
No fun on the field, so we're gonna give it to you.
There was some fun on the field.
A little bit.
Do we have?
Yeah, until Jermaine Affetti ruined it.
Yeah, I mean, tonight's gonna be an Affetti night where we just go crazy on the letdown of.
Honestly,
that was the most embarrassing.
I would, if I was the general manager, Jermaine Affetti would have been off my team the next day, just because of that.
Send the message.
Yes,
Prove
absolutely.
Well, he's not sticking around, Ryan.
No. I'm just saying, but
no. I agree with you. If I was, I don't know if I would. Maybe I would in this season.
They don't have it in them, though. That's not their style.
No.
They just wouldn't do it.
I think that the difference between football people and nerds, our nerds weren't offended as much as we were by Affetti taking on this leadership role of stupidity. He thought he was doing the right thing. That shows me what kind of culture you have in that fucking
Superman and wanted to be fucking paid for it.
Exactly. He wanted his moment. He saw it. Yeah.
Anyways, Affetti continued
Katie,
it on the
Can
sideline.
you get that clip of Jenkins and going over there to the Viking? And he's the only one that showed any fucking passion about this football team I don't know, since Kreutz was here. I mean, what the fuck are we doing? Jay Cutler and Jamarcus Webb.
I'd throw Kyle Long in there.
Kyle Long. That's a good one.
Yeah. James Daniels did it a little early, a couple of times. He did. Actually, Sam Mustipher last year early on, he was always in the fucking scrum, but then
what he looked like after Kendricks took Justin's head off in a cheap shot. If my respect level for Sam was a 5, it went all the way down to a 1. Like, you just stood there and watched that. No, fuck that. He just took the head off a cheap shot. Yeah, I get it. You don't want to get a penalty. But the reality of the situation in that game was Minnesota was fucking taking shots.
You saw Kendricks walking off the fucking field, grinning ear to ear, grinning ear to ear,
laughing.
That's all you need to fucking.
You had a quarterback in your rivalry say he owns you, and you got a coach scared like a fucking pussy.
He's having fun, man.
You have a team coming in here taking cheap shots. The Steelers throwing cheap shots. Who's going to step up to the plate and set the tone? The culture of this man's locker room, and to a man, anybody I've never seen, me, Shayne, and my dad talked about over 9,000 views on BHL. We talked about it right afterwards. We have never seen Matt Nagy tired after a game like he was. We never saw him show that kind of passion. You know what, Matt? Too little, too late. That's what a head coach's job is about.
Phil, how many shows have we done where we talk to each other the next morning or the next day and our fucking voices are shot and screaming? And this dude's in an NFL. I know.
You saw me out there.
I was that way on my son's basketball games. I'm not being an asshole, but
3 seconds.
Exactly.
I'm going crazy at a game. I'm getting people fired up. I'm in every situation.
Yeah.
What Jenkins did showed more about the culture here than what we have seen in a long time. So here's the push.
But Fields
I still think it's a flag. Here's Jenkins going up to him, fighting him.
Punch.
Yep. 7 dudes. 7 purple
Effetti's
shirts.
still not there. No Effetti. No Effetti. No Effetti. No Effetti. There he is. Then he
and
fucking
he's
figures
yelling
it out.
at him.
Would have been great if Jenkins punched him in the mouth. Well, not
This
really,
is the
but.
kind of stuff.
Unacceptable.
Thank you,
Dude, if
Katie.
I'm the fucking if I'm running the fucking show and I'm calling the personnel shots, I am down in that fucking locker room as soon as that fucking game is done, talking to him and hey, it's done. You're done in Chicago. No
Now,
fucking way.
Some people are on this other extreme, and it's not an offense to you. You've probably never played the game of football. But when you're a losing team that was playing that hard and your defense is going out there with all these backups and everybody thought Kirk Cousins was going to fucking throw for 480 yards.
Hit 100.
And he didn't
Justin
even
Jefferson was going to go for three.
They
bills.
went out there and played their hearts out.
Yeah.
This became what Alabama did to Georgia. It became a street fight. And Minnesota was saying, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
We don't give up. And then all of a sudden they're in it. And the refs are making bullshit ass calls.
Of course.
And Jenkins is standing up for a teammate. All of you should be standing up for the teammate. That was a travesty on so many levels. It just says everything about the culture of that locker room. That one guy who hadn't been playing
exactly
all season gets thrust into the season, and the blog boys are writing. He sucks. He's a bust. Should have kept Leno. Oh, he'll never play. Put him at guard.
Justin Fields
Put him
loves
at
him out there.
guard. Put him at guard.
Yeah.
Fuck out of
here. Fields loves him over there.
I fire people for that kind of shit. Your analysis is putrid. Don't come to me showing me somebody's bullshit ass article quoting the Bears blog. The Bears blog. I've asked him to come on the show, Shayne, and I've talked about it. He wants money to come on a show.
$100 an hour.
This guy, I've forgotten more football than he's ever known.
That's cutting hair at Claudio's barbershop.
Jesus Christ. It gets me so fired
But let me ask
up.
a question. Do you think
People
Jason
listen,
Peters
Bears
sees that?
fans are worse off. Hold on. Because they listen to these types of clowns. They put a nugget out there. I heard a rumor. Oh, my source is telling me. This is where they're gaining their notoriety. That's the bullshit ass.
To me, Effetti was just trying to play hero.
Exactly.
You got to be smart here, Tevin. I understand that. Yes, you want your players to be smart, but when you're fucking 4-9 and your team is soft, you're heading down into the fucking volcano. No, that's exactly what you want. And it's sad that it takes a rookie that's played a handful of quarters coming off back surgery. It took him being that young and inexperienced. It took him to stick up for your franchise.
And how many former Bear players have
Alex
recognized
Brown,
this?
Lance Briggs, like Austin F. Austin F. was trying to debate, not really debate me, but was going against of what I was saying. Because
Did he switch his tone when everybody else went this way?
Well, he's like, oh no, I agree with it, but you got to be smart. Well, that's not the fucking point.
This
In
ain't
the fucking
smart
moment,
time.
Yeah,
You know what would have been smart? Firing Nagy 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Austin F. That's smart. You got to be smart. You're
he
4-9.
set the fucking tone. That shows you right there. I understand if you get the fucking flag, nobody wants that, but it sets the tone for Tevin Jenkins as a fucking. You think Justin Fields will ever fucking forget that? No, he won't.
He said it.
Yeah, exactly. And the fucking respect meter went way up right there. What the fuck do you think that Justin Fields, when he watches tape like Kyle Fuller used to watch tape? He sees all of that shit. He saw what happened right there. And who the fuck was there? 76 and everybody else was standing around in a circle jerk with each other.
Exactly.
And Kevin's over there being like, exactly. Except Eddie would have missed the fucking
Eddie would have missed the push.
Yeah.
Wait, where did he go? No, this is what I want to say. This is how hypocritical writers, bloggers, and some meatball Bears fans are. Okay? What Tevin Jenkins did is what your constant cheerleading, meatballing fan base always wanted. Think about this. Would Dan Hampton have done that? Would the 85 Bears have done? Oh, we love that. That's what we need. Then it happens, and your bum-ass bitch asses are complaining about it when that's the reality of change right there. A leader, a young leader, left tackle, showing some pride and stand-up attitude and emotion for his quarterback
You know what we're gonna
and
do?
his team.
You know what we're gonna
Oh,
do here,
my
Phil?
God.
We're gonna start a promo after the first of the year for this
Yep.
network, and we're gonna give away a number 76 Tevin Jenkins jersey. We will set that up just because of him doing that.
I'm down.
Actually,
with
we
it.
have more news about Shy City doing the same thing that Steven
Yep.
Johnson's going to be coming on here in a little bit to talk
Can't
about.
win. Fuck. Bullshit.
But no, my respect for Tevin Jenkins was already high. It went up even higher just because of what he did.
And it was bothering me all before the Vikings game. Just people sending me screenshots of all these bum ass analysts that are Tevin's a bust. They need to move Tevin inside. Put Tevin at right tackle. Make sure. And I'm like, on BHL, I went ballistic. Remember, Shayne? I almost fucking popped an ice vessel because you don't talk about analyzing someone's career after one game. Their very first game after they've sat out all year. They're thrust into a game they're not even prepared for.
Right.
Because the first team offense is barely prepared, let alone a rookie coming off a fucking surgery, sitting out for. And you little clowns are out there freaking destroying someone. It was an embarrassment. Now you flip-flopped. And again, I'm not saying anything other than the truth. We pride ourselves on the analysis of tape. And we stand by that truth always. We don't flip-flop. We could be wrong. Everybody's going to be wrong.
Always, yeah.
But the reality is,
you can't be scared to be wrong because then you're never going to be right. Yeah.
You have
That's
to
what
be.
you have to improve. Yeah.
And believe me, as much as I raise my voice, rant, and talk, you think I would have a hell of a lot more hate or trolls if I was wrong more than I was right. And same with Shayne and this network and the people that do the work. I mean, it's just the reality of truth. I loved Jenkins so much, as you know, the guy saying, give me a tackle or give me death, was that comment once they trade, in the second round. I'm like, please let it be Jenkins. And finally it was Jenkins. It's the same way I felt about Tunga at the end. And this is where we are. This is where we are with this football team. Obviously, I said this was going to happen. We go back to that August show. I don't have any faith in Matt Nagy. As much talent as I see on this roster, the big fucking meatball in the pasta was Matt. And he has proven me right always. He can't get out of his own way. He can't consistently just embrace the talent on his football team. He can't run the football. And that's the story of Matt Nagy. He's going to just blog boy it up as a play caller. And that's the unfortunate thing. And we just get to the point where we're at. And it's frustrating because now our future is in the hands of George and Ted.
Once again.
Of course. Here we are, Groundhog's Day.
Listen, I don't do analysis by having escape clauses. This is what the tape said to me.
Right.
Justin Fields. This is what it said to me about Mac Jones. This is what it said to me about Jenkins, Tonga, Eddie Jackson, so on down the line. Amos. This is what it said. Those things. But I'm worried. No, this is my analysis. The worry is not there. How are they going to transition to coaching? Can't do it like that. You got to go there. Go ahead, Shayne.
Yeah, real quick, I'll remove this comment. Just pop the comments down. And this is why you need to get excited about Tevin Jenkins, because his physicality and his leadership wasn't just that play. You look at what he did to Anthony Barr here. You watch the left tackle and watch him mollywop Anthony Barr. And a lot of times a defender will jump up and go and get up in the face. And Anthony Barr wanted none of it because he fucking knew. Just you focus on Tevin Jenkins here.
I know the play. Boom.
Now here we go.
Boom.
Fuck out of there. Clearing it out. And he walks right over to him. Yeah.
When have we had
that? Should get you excited. That should get you excited. Jermaine Ifedi's bending over and retying his shoe, tapping out, looking for somebody to come in and
he's listening to TED Talks, motivational speakers and shit. Fuck that. Jenkins is smashing guys in the mouth. I love it.
Well, that you can't hide from. That is strength. That's tenacity. That's what I'm afraid of Matt Nagy hindering. Again, going back to Monday Night Football, that was the first time I saw Matt Nagy yell at an official.
Right.
That was the first time I saw Matt Nagy getting fired up and completely within the guides of the game. You got David Hall writing about the negativity. I thought it was a positive, but it's too late. It's too late now. And the reality is Bears fans love this team. They'll always love this team. There's no way around it. We're all suckers for this disease. But it's, it is something that obviously we have to analyze, though, in depth. And, I have other friends, because I'm here in Connecticut, that they root for other teams. And they're so jealous. They're like, can't you guys do TTNL for all the Giants and the Redskins and the Jets? And I'm like,
no. The answer is
can't
no.
do it.
Nope.
So share this, smash the like button, let other people know if they love the Chicago
this new
Bears.
regime comes in, they need to hire this fucking network to take over the social media and their fucking shows.
Oh my God.
Then we'll really get shit popping.
We would get it that's the other thing. Like, I would have Thomas Graham on the show talking about his experience and getting to know Thomas Graham after that. I would have Jenkins on the show talking about that play and these are the things that the Chicago Bears organization, in a loss or a win, you can't go hiding.
No.
Fucking tucking your tail between your legs. You got to embrace some of these stories. You got to understand Jasper Horsted, making that catch at the end of the game. This kid has consistently made plays when given
now he's on the COVID list.
I saw it tonight before the show, but it is important that these people that run this organization allow the fan base access. They've hidden from Hard Knocks because they're such the pussification of the NFL. And you trolling ass other NFC North or NFC teams that come in here, fans, we're sitting here the furthest thing from fanboys.
You think we're fucking homers? We'll have you on the show, and that's what I always laugh. Like, somebody will come in and say, "Hey, the Bears suck," and I'm like, "Well, you've obviously never watched the fucking show. That's all we
totally agree with you, bro.
Yeah, no shit.
Like, you think we're gonna go out of our way to embrace a story that isn't true? It's just not in that DNA or the culture of this network. And what more can you say? I mean, what we saw, obviously we're going to get into it. What we saw in that moment was the very definition of what we've been looking for from the Chicago Bears. It wasn't about a fight. It wasn't about a penalty. It was about an attitude adjustment. And somebody needs to step up and recognize that Justin Fields is getting his ass kicked and he's getting cheap shotted and the refs aren't helping and they're not making the calls. And somehow, some way, a rookie decides to be who he is and show his personality. And you have other veterans trying to seduce that and sedate that. That to me isn't pride. That to me is a culture that should be removed from the city of Chicago. Because every time somebody brings up the Chicago Bears and the 85 Bears, just look at that team. They fucking intimidated people. They played to the whistle. They were in fights. They wanted to win the game before the game was even played, intimidating people. That is football.
They didn't want to do that. They just fucking did it.
Exactly.
But Phil, that's the mentality that this franchise needs to get back to. I can remember, even back in the Urlacher days when they were rolling, you went into a game. You're like, if we score over 14 points, it's over.
Right.
You knew it was done. You had that confidence. And I mean, you can even look back to 2018. You just felt a lot of times you knew there was going to be the issues on offense, but you just felt that we're better than that team. We're going to win. We're going to beat them. Now you just, what the fucking outcome is going to be. And not only is it going to be an L, it's going to be embarrassing for 4 fucking quarters. Then there's going to be tiny little peaks to, one fucking pass for us to get excited about and break down for the next 7 days, or one play by Tevin Jenkins, mollywhopping for Anthony Barr to get excited about. It's tough, but that's why you guys have to stick along here, because we're not going to feed you the bullshit. We're not going to. We never have, and we never will. If somebody needs to be called out, we're going to call them out. Phil and I have done it plenty of times right on air to the person's face on this network. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. It doesn't matter. Everybody's heard the story about Mark Grody, how that all went back at the old network. We called him out for not doing his job. And he's like, you guys saying that, it stuck with me. And I changed my operation of the way that I did things. That shit matters. And why is it? That's not disrespectful. It's disrespectful for not doing your fucking job off the field and on the field. Matt Nagy gets up there today talking, and it's still more of the same bullshit. Yeah, we're gonna look. Oh, Justin. Yeah, Justin's got an ankle. We're not real sure on that. I mean, yeah, he's my franchise fucking quarterback that we invested a future first rounder into. We're not real sure. We're gonna check that out as it goes. Dude, get the fuck out. You know exactly what the fucking problem is. Everything. What is the bit? You think the fucking Seattle Seahawks or anybody moving forward, yes, they would rather face Nick Foles, of course. Do you think that they're losing sleep because it's Justin Fields? No, because they know that the way that this entire team is constructed, they're not scaring anybody. They're not. Look at the Minnesota Vikings. Everybody's talking about the Minnesota Vikings winning that fucking game. Can you imagine being a Vikings fan with that showing against what the Bears put out there overall on Monday night? I'd be pissed if I was a Vikings fan.
They couldn't throw.
What are the whys, right? What are the whys? And so when we all understand what the whys are, whatever that is.
I'm telling you, how stupid is that?
Thank you. We're still in Stupidville, Shayne.
Yes, they are.
They stick with Nagy, and I 100% agree with you.
There was people out there.
Chicago Bears should have won that football game, to be perfectly honest. If you had a consistent
How many times were you in the fucking red zone? If you
red zone, how many times?
You didn't even have to hit on fucking 40% of them, 35%. Not going to do it.
Would have
just hit on one of them. Fuck.
Right.
Yeah,
listen. My dad called me tonight, and my dad had been in the hospital and dealing with that stuff, and he's actually doing quite well. But he watched the game the other night, and he's like, one fucking time? The one time you guys couldn't get in the end zone when you were in the red zone over and over and over? Not one time.
With 1 second left in the game, they were able to complete a pass to a guy I've been calling for.
Offensive guru.
Our coach gets in the red zone and takes the talent off the field. Think about that.
Think about that. Think about our coach gets into the red zone and decides to run gimmicks. And I know a lot of people loved in my rant.
It would be like letting Jackal and Claudio do BHL. Everybody just be saying, what the fuck?
It'd be fucking awesome.
What's going on? Welcome to X's and O's, Claudio and Jackal. Hey.
Boats and hoes, more like it, man. Fucking X's and O's.
Gimmicks ain't shit, but hoes and tricks was the quote that stood out this week. And that's really the story of Matt Nagy. The gimmickry is never going to get you into a consistency. Gimmicks work when you've established yourself to what it is you do well.
Right.
And
it can't be the fucking core of your offense.
Exactly.
And that's what it is.
It is. Let's go in the Wildcat. We're back in the Wildcat.
Ask everybody, go back to when the Bears were essentially they went quick game and you saw Justin Fields peppering the fucking ball all over the fucking field.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Matt Nagy couldn't fucking help himself. And then got to get that fucking Wildcat in there. It's just, it's nonsense. And I don't know. Have you heard from our guest?
No, I don't know if George might have told him 9 Central. You know what I'm saying?
God, George. Fuck, Steven thought yesterday was Monday. The whole schedule of the NFL
because of all the NFL games.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know. Exactly. Okay, that guy was tan. Holy shit.
Listen, you look at a game of football. I mean, I can't lie to you. Like, I enjoyed the game more so than I ever thought I was, because I finally saw at least some passion.
Well, yeah, I got more excited about. I mean, I was excited watching it. I was really impressed by the way that they played on defense. The way that the young guys stepped up. But Phil, you're right. I went back and watched it a second time, and I found myself not like looking around the fucking room and missing a fucking play. I was invested in it.
Right.
But the bad part about it is the way that this franchise is structured. Are you 100% sold that Thomas Graham is going to go out there and get a ton of reps against the Seahawks? I'm not.
They'll be bringing what's his name back? Xavier Crawford's coming out there.
Oh, he's off the COVID list.
He's back on the field. Let's put him out there to start. This is the crap that we deal with this guy. It's like, you gotta understand, if you've never been a head coach before, to be given the charter franchise job in and above itself will be written as one of the biggest, most stupid things you ever did.
Right.
And again, TTNL was saying that prior to TTNL's existence when we were on another network. I had somebody arguing with me about that, but he knows I'm right. And you can't learn at the highest level how to be a leader of men while you're trying to win and develop talent and all of this. Matt Nagy, in all honesty, showed that he stood up for his penalty, which I respected because I didn't think he was going to do it. I said it live. But again, it's too late for Matt. Maybe at Matt's next job at Fresno State, he'll be a good coach.
He's got his bags packed. He's going right back to Kansas City. 100%.
Well, there you go.
Mike Kafka is out of contract. Kafka will get hired someplace or take a college gig.
You're right.
Matt's going back to Kansas City. Mark it down.
Well, I'm just saying, Matt, at some point, if he's never going to be a head coach in the NFL. No, never. I will be shocked if Matt Nagy's given a head coaching job in the NFL ever again. But he could go And I'll say this again, 4 years of watching this shoe salesman, I've never seen him engaged and involved in a football game like he was the other night.
He was auditioning, man. He was showing, hey, I still got that spunk and fire. Guys, let me know. I'm ready.
A little bit late, asshole. A little bit late.
It's too little,
his next
too
employer,
late.
you know?
Right.
And I honestly think, in truth, that Matt, I'm sorry, I was giving him the Fresno State job. I can't help it. But I honestly think Matt, feeling the pressure, was trying to prove something. Like, just be yourself, be an original. And he's never been that. And that's the unfortunate thing, that Ryan Pace has to own. Mike Glennon, 18 million, Matt Nagy, John Fox, listening to Ernie Accorsi. Like, have a fucking backbone, forget your haircut and your bench press reps, start working on the fucking football field. That's where it matters. I can't tell you guys enough how excited I am that we got our guests coming on right here. That means we get rid of Chris Jackal.
Finally.
Fuck off.
This Christmas.
I love you guys.
We've been excited about bringing on this guy, and we do it in
You're
the
leaving
way
with Nagy, Chris. We just haven't told you yet.
No.
Thanks.
We're keeping Chris. We're firing Nagy.
It works for me.
But we do it in our way, from USA Today Sports. They call him Doug Farrar.
TTNL. We've been trying for a while to get this guy on the show.
Chica, yeah.
And it only took a Matt Nagy clown show to make it happen. He's the NFL editor for USA Today Sports Media Group and wrote The Genius of Desperation. TTNL. Get out your seats and give it up for Doug Farrar.
There he is. Doug, how are you?
That's like the best intro I've ever gotten on anything anywhere. That was impressive. Thanks.
That's how we roll here.
That's how we roll, Doug.
I got to ask you right out the gate. What chapter is Matt Nagy in your genius book?
He didn't quite make the cut. If I do a sequel, the Desperation of Idiocy, he might show up in. Yeah, it's just,
if I could write the forward to that one for you, I would be honest.
I could do a whole chapter on that fourth down play.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
It's unbelievable.
Let's start there. I mean, you talk about a football team that has nothing to lose and everything to gain, and that decision on fourth down, as I put it in your open here, your intro. How does one kind of try to understand that he did that?
I wrote a whole article about it because you guys know Montgomery goes off the field with a helmet issue, so they're an empty. Not empty. They got
Darnell Mooney.
In the backfield. They got Khalil Herbert attached to the formation. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, Khalil Herbert can catch the ball, but he's a runner. And then they have a play action with no play and no action, which is, that's so the guys in the booth are saying, well, they should have called a timeout because obviously everything was messed up. And then you read the transcript after the fact, and Nagy says, oh, we've had that play in our playbook all year. We're just waiting for the right time to unleash it. I'm like,
yeah.
No.
Unleash
no,
it.
No, don't. Even if that's true, don't say it.
Yeah. Oh,
this is the time to lie.
Yeah.
He should. It's clear that he doesn't know what now is the time to lie.
Yeah.
Now the Bears have been around. You guys know this. They've been around since 1920, one of the charter franchises in the NFL, and before that the All-America football, whatever. They've never fired a coach in season, so he probably has the next 3 weeks to damage whatever he can damage. But this is the time to lie.
Yeah, and that's
don't say you had that in your quiver all year.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Well, he did lie against Green Bay. I don't know if you saw that not Darnell Mooney, but Jalen Johnson comes out and talks about the adjustments that Green Bay made. Said, yeah, they wanted to get their playmaker the football. So they moved Devontae Adams all the way. They put him in the slot. They're moving him all around. Matt Nagy's like, no, they didn't. They did nothing different. Nothing different at all. Flying right in the face of what your cornerback literally just said in the post-game press conference. Matt Nagy comes out. He's like, no, they did nothing different at all in the first half to the second half.
And what the tape shows. This is why coaches say I have to, because coaches get asked right after the game, what happened on play? I have to watch the tape. That's why they say it, because they don't. You got three guys up in the booth saying, do this, do that, don't go on fourth down, do go on fourth down. Mm-hmm. There's no way you can have a view of everything. You have to get on the plane, or go home if you're home, watch the tape, come in the next day. You have your Monday presser, the day after presser. You do your radio thing like Pete Carroll does up here, and then you say, okay, I watched the tape, and here's XYZ. That's why coaches do that.
You've given yourself time to find the right lie.
And don't they say that more when they get their asses kicked in a loss?
I found actually that the coaches who get their asses kicked, like Urban Meyer was really good. Who was the?
I said asses kicked, not grabbing ass.
Well, there's that. He had both. The rookie safety whose name escapes me, and it also escaped Urban Meyer, where he was in there and he hadn't played a snap. This is why you say I got to watch the tape, but Matt's about that.
Well, here's the other thing about the situational of football. As you know, why can't Matt ask for a measurement to help himself out? As that spot was close. It happened again it happened earlier the week before against Green Bay, where it was clearly a first down. If there was going to be a measurement, it was going to be very close, and it would have given them the opportunity to call the right play without using a timeout. How come this coach can't do that in your mind? Is it just
a lot of coaches, like I said, you got so many things going on in the moment, and some guys just aren't situationally aware outside of that. You have your Belichick's and your whoever's, and those guys are, Belichick is on a planet of his own. Mm-hmm. But some guys, and they have, like Mike McCarthy saying, oh, we kicked the field goal because we were in the O zone, whatever that means. McCarthy has never been situationally aware. And that's the case where you got Kellen Moore calling your offense and Dan Moore calling your defense, and it's the office space. What do you say you do here? Some coaches just don't have that. That's not a thing. That's not a tool they possess. The acumen to, above all the other things going on, you can then say, oh, I need a measurement there instead of a timeout.
It's a strategy of football that's allowed. It's unfortunate, as I scream and yell at my TV, that this guy.
I can't imagine being a fan of this team and watching this offense every week as like the primary focus of my life.
It's hard.
Welcome to Keeping It 100.
Thank God NFL Game Pass sucks.
Yeah, there's that too.
Are they ever going to fix NFL Game Pass? And
I was on a conference call with some of the big shooters, or they wanted like a user forum to talk about. Oh, what do you like about it? Nothing?
Yeah, nothing.
Exactly. It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
So everyone's saying it was a conspiracy because the NFL wants to keep the All-22 to themselves. They don't want people like us to analyze. It's not that. They just said what they want to do is bring more people in who are just quote unquote casual viewers as opposed to people who watch All-22. So what they really want is hear the broadcasts, hear the highlights, hear the insights, and apparently the subscription numbers have gone way up, but guys who rely on the All-22. I think what they're going to wind up doing is they'll have Game Pass for the $100 a year, and they'll come out with Game Pass like Ultra or Plus or Game Pass Ozone after Mike McCarthy, and that'll be like $500 a year, and it'll give you all the stuff you had last year, and I'll be the first sucker to pay for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Phil and we've bitched and pissed and moaned about it all year long, but we'll be the guys right in line after you to pay for it.
Coaches tape on the app. I mean, that was my bread and butter, to be able to watch the coaches tape on the app, and it's just unfortunate. Only on a desktop.
I could spell VPN, but I won't.
Yeah, sure.
I won't say VPN. I won't say that there are other options.
Yeah.
That's what I need. I get it.
I wouldn't say that at all.
But Doug, just looking at Chicago from afar, like you are.
I have
and
notes.
I
have a lot of them.
But just
I like Doug a
looking
lot.
at the head, do you have a personal favorite or somebody that you would like to see get a shot at head coach that you would love to see work with Justin Fields and that would come in and try to turn this around? Is there a leader in your clubhouse, maybe somebody even off the radar that maybe isn't getting a lot of hype right now?
Eric Bieniemy would be a good choice because he understands, obviously, mobile quarterback, how to move the run game in. Brian Daboll with the Bills, I think, would be the ideal choice. Giving Fields more favorable route combinations, using Fields as a runner, which they run Wildcat more than they run him. I can't. That's like the dumb of all the dumb things I have on my notes. That's the dumbest. I mean, really, Doug Peterson has been out of the league. Really good coach. I think Daboll would be the best choice given the structure of that offense or what I think the structure could be. But really, it's any port in a storm. It's.
Do you think that the Kansas City? I mean, we know how Chicago is and McCaskey. Everybody's brought up Bieniemy and talked about that. I myself I don't know if the Bears or if McCaskey and the management and ownership group will go back into that tree, to go back into Kansas City, and I don't know if they will or not, but
yeah, I mean, you can go that way, but you have to understand that every coach is different.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And Nagy, you weren't going to know that he was in this over his head until you actually put him in that position.
Yep.
And the thing is, before Fields, I go back to the original problem with Fields. I don't think Nagy wanted Fields. This is not a quarterback he's comfortable with.
Oh, really?
He has been more comfortable with Andy Dalton. He has been more comfortable with – it's kind of that Jay Gruden situation where Gruden would rather have a Kirk Cousins than a Robert Griffin. He would rather have that sort of average to slightly above average, malleable guy that he can sort of move around and, because that offense is structured more for an Andy Dalton or Alex Smith than it is for Justin Fields.
Wow. So you think he wanted Mac Jones then?
I think he would have been happier.
Yeah.
With that kind of guy. Very limited outside the pocket mobility, good arm, good reading ability, which, then you have to deal with Nagy's route combinations as such.
Curl
flat, ISO, curl flat. It's like McCarthy with the Packers.
Let's throw curls.
Yes. There you go.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, let me ask you this. Ryan Pace, some of the quarterbacks, obviously the Trubisky, Mike Glennon. We can go down the laundry. Andy Dalton and everybody Nick Foles traded for Foles. Does he survive this in your gut? Does he do it?
I don't think he's done enough to survive it. When you trade up for Trubisky and it turns out the way it did, when you give up that much for Khalil Mack and it turns out the way it did, you kind of run out of room to go into the head office and say, oh, okay, I still got this. And they go, well, actually, no, you don't. I would be, and then the organization has to think, well, do we want to fire the head coach and the GM? See, here's the other thing. You guys may or may not know this. At the owners' meetings last week, the NFL, they approved the rule. Okay, you do. I assume you did.
Yep.
If they fire Nagy in season, they have a 2-week head start on every other team except for the Jaguars and the Raiders in finding the replacement. So, and they can, some director of player personnel, some other, GM, some guy who's qualified to replace Ryan Pace, they can do that right now. But so whether the ownership would want to replace the head coach and the GM at the same time, I don't know. Maybe that gives Pace another year. Maybe Pace says, well, I couldn't deal with this. I did my best with Matt Nagy and you just fired him, so give me another chance. That I don't know. Clearly Nagy has to be gone. I don't know about Pace.
Yeah, I think something else that plays into this is I'm sure you've probably heard too, the purchase agreement. It's not finalized yet, but the Bears buying over 300 acres in Arlington Heights and the potential for the new stadium. And I've maintained that I'm not sure that the Bears are going to head into this with a completely clean slate, new regime heading into that. They expect the purchase agreement and all of that stuff to be finalized maybe in March or April of 2022. That's why I've maintained that you could see Phillips announce his retirement or get pushed over to business completely.
Yeah.
Ryan Pace actually becomes the team president. Then you see a new GM and a new head coach.
Possible. That's possible.
When you look at this football team with Justin Fields at the helm, how much do you think obviously the story of stupidity surrounding this young football player has been negligent to this quarterback and his abilities?
Okay, I have notes.
I
watched the Bears offense for you guys, and I hope you appreciate that.
I do.
Okay, I'm just going to go through this. Stop me whenever you want if you have any questions. Nagy's offense, very little play action, very little motion, very few route concepts that work in concert and help to amplify openings for the quarterback. An absolute refusal to use Fields as a runner. He has just 72 carries, but he's gained 420 yards and scored 2 touchdowns when he has run. Most of those runs were not designed runs. They're scrambled. Nagy seems to prefer to run wildcat to using Fields as a runner. He was a great deep passer for Ohio State. 19 of 32 passes of 20 or more air yards for 709 yards, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Passer rating of 117.2. As a deep passer in this offense, he's completed 18 of 43 deep passes for 508 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and a passer rating of 62.9. Now, that doesn't count if you remove when Bill Lazor was calling the plays and all of a sudden he had good vertical routes, it would be even worse.
Exactly.
Much better with play action than without. He's had 57 attempts with play action, 213 without.
How many times is he under center? Do you have that stat?
Under center, I don't.
Okay,
Not-
I'm sorry.
Not in front of me.
Go ahead.
You have a quarterback who was given very few reps in the preseason. A quarterback whose head coach clearly doesn't believe in him, clearly thinks he's a rudimentary quarterback. The only thing rudimentary about Fields is what happens when Nagy runs the offense. Fields is capable of giving far more detailed answers about what happens in the offense than Nagy is, even when Nagy has the benefit of time to watch the tape. When Bill Lazor, it's true.
Yeah,
I know. I'm laughing.
Go back to the last
You're
game where
killing
they're asking Fields about that. He gives like a 3-paragraph answer,
Yeah.
but this is exactly what happened. This is right after the game. What was Mooney your first read? Yeah, but I saw Herbert on the over, and then I was going, back to Mooney. He was supposed to be my first read, but I adjusted at the line, and he just went. And
I
Nagy
should have went
decided-
high, low, high. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Right.
And Nagy's like, I don't know. I thought it was.
Yeah. But I saw a comment in the chat. I believe it was from our guy Cars. But the scripted plays, the first 15 with Nagy, there's so much motion, and then that 16th play and everything beyond that, it's non-existent. It's just there
I haven't
seems
looked
to be
into that,
no
but
rhyme or reason to any of what he is doing. It's
Yeah, because you
baffling
need
to
a
me.
script beyond the first 15 plays.
Yeah.
I've heard this to be true.
Yeah.
If you have a guy that's this, you're what, 20 deep now in your notes.
Yeah.
So I don't want to cut you off. It's Christmas. So I want you to continue, but I do
Oh,
want
no. Feel free to discuss anything.
It's so disappointing and disheartening when you talk about here's a great downfield passer, right? In college, he was great at it.
Yeah, he was.
And you notated with an asterisk when Bill Lazor was called. We saw it against the Steelers, and we saw it again the other night when they're going in 2-minute drill. Justin Fields is hitting the tight end in the seam. He's hitting the deep route, the deep comeback. He can do this stuff, but he's so hindered by this coach who's obnoxiously, I don't know, what was this? He's the Stalin of play callers. That's what.
Well, here's the other thing about Fields at Ohio State is they had a ton of option routes.
Yeah,
you heard all the stuff pre-draft about, he's too deliberate, he takes too much time. No, he's waiting for the guy to break against the cornerback being here or there. option routes all over the place. That goes back in Ohio State to, pardon the expression, Urban Meyer, and now with Ryan Day. That's what that offense is. So he has run a fully functional NFL-style passing game. I would bet if you gave him true serum, he would say, yeah, the thing I'm running in the NFL is more rudimentary than I was running at Ohio State. Yeah. I'm not trying to slam anyone. I'm not trying to exaggerate to make a point. No. It is more rudimentary than what you ran in college. There's just no excuse for that.
I do film study every week. I have my father. We do X's with the O's on Saturday with me and George, who got you on the show with us, our executive producer of that show. And he's also an analyst on this network. We go by the tape. I look at an offensive line that doesn't know their assignments. They have no rules when they're blocking. They don't finish blocks. And then the other night, finally, you see some pride, and it comes from this rookie. And we talked about this early in the show, and it was pushed down by his peers. And it was so embarrassing for former Bear players and Bear fans to watch one guy stand up for his quarterback. What did you look at that situation from the outside? Is that a reflection of this head coach?
The whole thing about going off and running penalties and Jenkins, I compared Jenkins to Kevin Gogan. I don't remember that guy.
I remember Kevin Gogan.
Absolute complete ass kicker, not a tackle. I never thought he was a tackle. I thought you move him inside the guard and you just let him demolish people, like run through everyone's face. It'd be great. But then again, being from Seattle, I'm very familiar with Germain Ifedi. I can tell you a story about Germain Ifedi. A couple of years ago, I watched tape with Walter Jones, the best offensive, former Seahawks left tackle, Hall of Famer, best offensive lineman I've ever seen in my life. And through a series of connections, I got Walter Jones in my living room for an hour to watch tape. It was like,
wow. I think Seattle drafted him with the pick that they got from Chicago in the Meyer deal.
They did.
Rick Meyer.
And Howard Mudd was Seattle's offensive line coach at the time, and Howard threatened physical violence against everyone in the room if they didn't take Walter. So one thing I did is I was asking him about the offensive tackles at the time. One of them was Ifedi. It was before he went to Chicago. And all the other offensive line were like, "Oh my God, Walter Jones is in the building. I want to ask him all these questions." And I asked Walter, "Has Ifedi ever come to you and asked, hey, what about my pass sets? What about my hands?" And he said, "No, Jermaine doesn't seem to want to talk to me."
Jesus!
Wow.
That's like having Eddie Van Halen in your music room and saying, "I got that. Yeah, that's okay, Ed. You just stay over there."
That tells me all I need to know. I mean. Wow. I don't agree. I think Kevin.
So when I saw, they took Tevin Jenkins really high, and then they wanted to move him to left tackle, I'm thinking, maybe not.
I love Tevin at left tackle.
I love his play demeanor. I think he's a great guard. And I don't always say the less athletic guys, you move them inside. Sometimes you can be a right tackle. You can work around that. They're good above average tackles in the league that aren't amazingly athletic. Andrew Whitworth has gotten away with it for like 500 years. I just think Jenkins, his personality, his play demeanor, the way he sets and moves forward, I think he's a better guard. I'm not trying to say he stinks. I'm just saying I think he's a better guard.
We'll agree to disagree there. I think he's going to be great at left tackle.
He could be.
But I'm talking more.
If it's a run-first offense and it's not spread and he's not having to,
Well, they put him at receiver one play.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't.
He put him at receiver against. He's Green coming Bay. First game back. He's not even thinking he's playing, but Jason Peters goes out, so he's thrust in there. Third quarter, the kid's playing slot receiver on a fucking bubble screen.
That's against the Packers? Okay, I have to go back and look at that.
You have to see this. He gets a holding call, which it was a bad call when you look at the coach's angle. But irregardless.
I think I remember hearing about that.
Yes. This is Matt Nagy. That's what I'm saying. Like, the only thing that I really Tevin will decide play where what he does, but I was just saying Tevin's demeanor was the only we're dealing with a bunch of pussies, to be perfectly honest, with this attitude on the offensive line. And here is the first
We
time
saw Fields get hit over and over and over again, and the offensive linemen don't even walk over. It's
They don't
just,
even help him up.
They go back, and Fields is there by himself, picking himself up, and it's just like, I don't know. I was happy
Walter
when
Jones
Jenkins did it.
Yeah, I don't
Walter
think
Jones. No, and Walter's a really nice guy on the field.
I don't think he would have tolerated his quarterback getting his head bashed in on a cheap shot.
Walter had the rep among defensive linemen that if Walter even looked at you funny, you just run. You knew. Like,
exactly.
No, this is the alpha of all alphas. I'm going to finish my notes real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
So when Bill Lazor ran the passing game against the Lions in week 4, there were more and better route combinations, more than just stop routes and deep ISO stuff. You get the sense at times what Fields could be over time with a half-competent play caller. Mooney is obviously the guy with the connection to Fields. Montgomery is good. Khalil Herbert has potential. My comp for him was Thomas Jones, who you guys also know.
Yeah.
Defense is pretty good, capable of playing multiple concepts. It's not just zone and man. I think Desai they should keep. I think he's putting it together pretty well. They got to get safety help. DeAndre Houston Carson's kind of a sneaky guy I like. Akeem Hicks, like, oh my God.
Exactly.
Is he a free agent next year?
He is.
They have got to. I mean, if they have to fire everybody just to keep Akeem Hicks, they got to.
The biggest thing is he's been hurt every single year, and he's not just missing 1 or 2 games. It's
a lot,
large chunks, and that's he's getting up there, with plus 30 in age.
He's willing to take a team-friendly understanding that he's at that age deal. I said it the other day. You have to keep this kind of leader of men on your defense.
You saw it the other night.
Because when he's healthy, he'll demolish your face.
Oh my God. You can't. That's worth every penny in the freaking bucket. So I totally
Quinn
agree
has been
with
tremendous this season. Roquan Smith has been an enormously underrated linebacker for a long time.
Keeps getting overlooked for that Pro Bowl, Doug.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson. I watched tape with him before he was drafted. I was like, he's an up and down, but I think he's got potential. I think the defense is okay. You add parts and you go forward. The offense is just a series of dumpster fires crashing into each other, and
we
all know what to do about that.
What do you think of our center?
Is it Daniels now?
No, Mustafa.
No, it's Mustafa.
Did not watch. Yeah, I mean, I liked Whitehair at center.
Yeah, I thought he had one season where he was
Daniels
so
is a right guard. But
yeah, I mean, it's hard unless I'm like specifically looking at a position group because I have to.
Next time we have you on, I want you to tell me about our center Mustafa.
Okay.
I won't say
don't tell me either way.
Exactly. I just want to hear what you have to think. We'll have to have you on again before free agency because all of our interior linemen are free agents.
Yeah. We'd love to have you on the tape show. That would be the perfect spot for it.
Yes. We could get you on the tape show, go live video tape breakdown. And we'll show you our interior. You tell us if we should re-sign him or not. That would be fun.
What do I think of Eddie Jackson?
Yes.
Ouch. I loved his play for a long time. I'll just leave it at that. It's complicated.
We're in a relationship that it's
you lose a step and then you lose another step. And it's like, okay, because corners you can move into safety. Safeties, I mean, do they move into linebacker? I don't know.
No, he could never play linebacker.
Do you think
he can't tackle?
Do you think it's because he lost a step, Doug, or do you think it's because he got paid and he's kind of lost the heart? Because it correlates. His play on the field when his extension kicked in. And listen, I'm an Alabama guy. I've been an Alabama guy my whole life. And when he was there, Saban didn't give 2 shits. He went up to Eddie and told him, he's like, you're a captain. If you're not going to fucking tackle, you're going to sit right over here on the bench for me. Yeah. Put him on the bench. The fire got lit in Eddie's ass, and he went out there and started tackling. Then he broke his leg. But in Chicago, he was out there making fucking plays. He was, getting down there and getting dirty. But that extension kicked in, and he's a completely different player since that extension kicked in. In terms of
possible, I struggle unless I've heard something specific.
Yep.
or I see something, I don't question effort unless I know, and even then I'm really hesitant to do it.
Sure. No, I understand that, but I mean we're watching tape too, and it's hard to see because there was a time
because I've looked at Jackson's PFF numbers the last couple of years. It'll be like week 3 or week 7. I go, really? He's still that bad? And I love PFF's grades. I'm not in concert with PFF stats are usually pretty accurate, and I'll go and audit and watch the tape and go, yeah, it's not good.
Right, and that's
why that is. I don't know.
That's what we try to preach here. Is so many people will look at the grades like that and think it's the
he
be all.
Looks slow is the thing.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't tackle, and he hasn't been the playmaker that he is. So he
looks slow, and he makes up for it by not tackling. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
he's awful. He's
cool.
He's the only conspiracy is what Shayne is saying. Did this guy get paid and say, I'm just gonna, you have to work on your craft, your body. That is your temple and your brand.
Round pick that was expected to go higher. He's got a steel rod in his leg, and then he fucking cashed in as the highest paid safety in the NFL.
Did he get paid on the wrong side of his physical abilities?
He's only 28. He's 28. I mean,
man, the NFL can age you in a hurry.
Yeah, you're right.
You can be 28 going on 60 fast. So, why it is, I don't know. As far as because I saw that somebody asked, "What do you think of Eddie Jackson?" And I thought he was. It's especially a shame because I thought he was really underrated. People weren't talking about it when he was so good, and then now people are talking about him for all the wrong reasons.
Well, it also could be this. We had Adrian Amos, who was a great tackler, who has proven himself in Green Bay to be the player that I thought he was. And to not have that sidekick there to allow him the freedom to do what he did. And maybe this guy isn't as football savvy or smart as Ryan Pace thought he was, and that he was able to freelance a little bit because Amos was so sound. That's the only other support that you have because Gibson has not been good.
Because I'm not in that locker room. I don't talk to him. I can go on the tape. I can tell you the tape tells me he looks slow. He's a step away from where he needs to be a lot of the time.
Or he's just coming late and hitting his own player, knocking him out.
Well,
did you see that one?
That's possible. Yes, I've seen a couple of those.
What are your thoughts on well, you talked about Desai, so there's that.
The defense they need some pieces, but they can play man pretty well. They can play I think I don't have any problem with their defense. I don't look at their defense and just recoil in horror like I do with their offense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you do have to give Desai credit the other night with what they put out there. I don't have any issue if they want to retain him and say, okay, you're the guy to run the defense. I don't have any problem with that.
It's going to be up to. I mean, you don't see anywhere Nagy stays. Please, Doug.
Oh, that he stays in Chicago? No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
I was going to say, you want to come on here?
I was thinking you were asking, like, does he get another job in the NFL? I mean, he may have to go through, like, the Nick Saban car wash before he'll.
You don't think that he'll head right back to Kansas City and take over for Kafka, who's out of contract? That's what I'm expecting.
Maybe.
When Doug was looking up like this, I was like,
what?
No, I mean, God, what possible? How could they possibly justify?
So Doug, go there for a second. He's getting fired.
Mm-hmm.
You have this new rule that they've instituted. You have to get into the flow or get any advantage you've had. Ernie Accorsi isn't the guy to help you find the next GM or coach. Yeah. You have that 2-week window to pick and choose. The Pittsburgh Steelers thought they were going with Grimm or I forget the defensive coordinator, LeBeau. They thought they were going, and then Mike Tomlin strolls in the door. And all of a sudden the rest is history there. The Chicago Bears have an advantage. 101 years has not served you well. So shouldn't they fire?
Well,
Nagy?
they should. They fire him now?
Yeah,
I mean, and of course, part of that George House was, he's not going to fire himself in season for 4 years. I get that.
Exactly.
And organizationally, sometimes you just don't want to admit you're wrong in season. Sometimes it just takes you longer to do that. Whether it's whether it behooves them to do it earlier, now it does.
Well,
I mean, Shad Khan was at the owners' meetings, got on a plane, got back to Jacksonville, fired Urban Meyer at 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I have the rule in my hand. Let me get on the plane. I'm going to do it in person. And like, he got back to Jacksonville and boom.
So the week of Thanksgiving, the rumor came out that Matt Nagy was done after Thanksgiving Day. And it went all over the place, right? Everybody's talking about it. It doesn't happen, right? The owner goes down. Was there any truth to that rumor in your mind?
I don't know about that. I've talked to some people who are very familiar with the organizational way of thinking. And to a person, they have told me they're not going to do it in season because it's just not what they do.
It's just
unbelievable. We have our paradigm, we have our archetype, we have our ways of doing things, and that's going to be it.
Remember that scene in Tommy Boy?
Yeah.
When the
Jaguars get Byron Leftwich and you could have had him, well, at least you'll know why.
Yeah. Unfreaking believable. He's Doug Farrar. I was going Farrar. Do you ever hear that? Rah.
That's a new one.
Is it? I was trying to say your name because I thought it was Farrar.
It's Farrar.
It's Farrar.
Yeah.
Farrar. I've only told Phil 15 times.
I could not.
He's not a game guy.
Between the misspellings and the mispronunciations, I just say, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So how long have you been doing this, Doug? A little bit about you, quick.
Yeah. I've been doing this full time since 2009. Got hired on at Yahoo Sports, went to SI, went to Bleacher, came to USA Today in 2018, and very happily so. I started in 2002. I was actually writing about baseball.
Yeah,
and
really
whining about the Mariners, as you know, because God, talk about hopeless. And my friends were saying, you should write about sports. So I just did that and got with Football Outsiders in 2004. And that kind of helped me ascend and got enough. 2008 was the year of the 1099s at 5 different companies, and then Yahoo Sports came along. You guys know how it is. And then Yahoo Sports came along in 2009 and said, we'd like to pay you enough to have you do this full time. I'm like, okay.
Nice.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Not a bad little gig.
Not a bad gig. I appreciate you jumping on with us here Christmas week. Breaking it down. People could find you on, is this your Twitter handle here?
Yep.
NFL_.
I tweet about politics a lot. Sometimes I swear. So just,
Oh,
be forewarned.
We don't do the politics, but we swear.
I know
we swear.
I know you guys would be. Yeah, I was listening before I came on. Like, well, I guess we don't have a 7-second delay here.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
No.
Definitely. We're Bears fans. There can't be
No
a
kill
7-second
switch.
delay.
It's keeping it 100. I mean, we
week
do everything
16,
on this.
Bears fan, you would have to swear, I guess.
We're swearing in week
Everything goes on around.
Yeah, they
here.
added the extra week just for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Exactly. Just think about this.
Ryan and Matt are men of character. They are both, like Ted, outstanding leaders.
Yeah, they're outstanding leaders. And
Is that McCaskey?
That is George McCaskey.
That was heading into after the season last year. That was when they were shoving everything down our throat. That the collaboration. That
by all
was
accounts, Matt Nagy is Matt Nagy is a really nice guy. And
yeah, my neighbor's a nice guy, but I don't want him coaching my fucking football team.
I'm not a nice guy, and I wouldn't want to be coaching your football team either. So.
You seem like a great guy. Great guy. Before you go, let's ask you a couple more questions. Favorite Christmas movie?
Ooh, probably the first Home Alone.
Oh, look at you.
That's being played upstairs in my house.
My son's favorite Christmas movie.
I grew up with Three Stooges. The violent slapstick is just kind of the thing I like.
And
is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Technically, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you were going to put money down on the line, is it or is it not?
I think enough people argue that it is, contrary to what it actually is. It's like we have to argue that it is to be sort of contrarian. So I guess the answer is no.
Okay. There you go.
And then it goes, well, it actually is.
So Tupac or Biggie? I know you're on the West Coast.
Oh, Pac.
I knew it.
That ain't no thing. That's easy.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna have to break down the tape on that one, Doug.
Yeah,
We gotta break out the tape.
I'm not saying anything about this. Tupac was special. Tupac, I heard him like, damn.
Yeah.
It's nice to pull out some old hip hop and then you're like, damn, that was so good.
Yeah.
Now I don't like the music as much. Well, I appreciate you jumping on with us tonight, talking football. He's Doug Farrar.
Farrar. I've only told him
Farrar.
16
I can't do
times
it
now.
yet. But
Well,
now I can.
next time I come back in a few months,
We
let's
gotta have you back.
just
I'm
work
gonna
on it.
email the intro that we produced for you to that email to send it to you.
That was
And-
impressive.
And I appreciate you coming on here with us on the tape.
Is that
Never Lies.
After Effects? What do you guys? Is that After Effects? What are you guys using for your video stuff?
No, I do it all on my devices. I use a bunch of apps to do it in iMovie. I put
Oh,
it
okay.
all
Gotcha.
together.
Put it all
I put it all
together,
together. But
I
we
need to get a Mac or an iPhone because that's like I do music production as well.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a second now.
You're gonna love
I got
this
eight-
network.
I got
You're gonna
8
love
guitars
this
over here.
network. You're gonna. We do original. Did you see our Christmas song
No.
for Ted Phillips?
Oh God.
You're a mean one, Ted Phillips. You really are a heel. You're as sneaky as a fox. You're as charming as an eel, Ted Phillips. You're a guy who wants money over wins on the field.
And there's more to go on there. But I don't want to keep you too long here. But
I
we
gotta
do.
finish my article on Pro Bowl snubs.
Oh, there you go.
I'm serious.
Roquan Smith.
Roquan Smith, is he gonna be in there?
Well, let's see. Who are the NFC linebackers? Because I
Wagner.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Devondre Campbell,
Yep.
Levante David, Roquan Smith. You could argue, but you got Micah Parsons at inside linebacker. I put him at edge. I put him at outside linebacker.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, so Micah Parsons, who's like the defensive player of the year, forget rookie, and then
They put him at
Wagner.
inside backer.
Wagner, who's like the only good player on that team anymore.
Yeah.
I can't cut either one of those guys out. It's tough.
8th year in a row, I think Wagner's been in, right?
You got to look at those stats in there. I think this dude from San Francisco continues to pass over Roquan and Roquan's. You have Warner. Roquan's a better player.
I think this year Devondre Campbell has been second or third best linebacker in the NFL.
Nice.
That was and wow, that was a revelation. I mean, you guys have obviously seen him. He's in the North. He's been incredible. He's changed that whole defense.
Yep.
Right.
One guy just came in and boom. Their first good inside linebacker since like Ray Nitschke and their
I know. He has been very
He's like
good.
you guys in quarterbacks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe that's
And
changing.
I swear to God, finally they got a good quarterback, and then we forgot about
Matt Nagy.
Yep. They did the one thing that they couldn't do, shit down their legs. And they did it.
Well, before we leave you, Matt Nagy has a real question.
What are the whys?
What are the whys,
One
Doug?
of the whys, I have access to Bears transcripts, which I use in my tape pieces. And I'm like, if he says that one more time,
Olin
fly to
Kreutz.
Chicago and
We had Olin on. Olin said he's going to walk.
I
the hell
love
off.
that guy. I love him.
How could you not?
Yeah.
I love offensive. Offensive linemen are the smartest. If you want what's really going on in a locker room on a team,
yes,
that's where you go. Immediately make friends with the offensive lineman.
Just
There
not
you go.
Jamarcus Webb.
They will tell you the truth. Well,
Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesdays,
I'm just
Jamarcus
saying.
is off.
Yeah.
He's
we get
Doug
it.
Farrar.
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 it's
He will be
Ferrari.
back.
I'll give you. It's Ferrari without the I.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it, Doug. Next time you come back, we gotta have you back. We'll get you here before when you get the head coach and everything. I want your talks about who we should re-sign, who should we let go, and everything of the new head coaching hire and your take from the NFL look. You follow him at NFL_Doug Farrar.
No.
Farrar. I
Ferrari.
didn't do it.
Jesus.
Farrar. I
Yeah.
did
It's
it.
like a-
Ferrari
it's like a-
without
it's
the
like a-
I.
It's like a mental
Farrar.
Yeah.
Doug Cars is disappointed in me.
It's like
I
you
can
got
see
the
him.
yips, man.
I do.
Fucking Chuck Knobloch over
Chuck
there.
Knobloch. I was just thinking, it's the only baseball guy I remember. He couldn't get it to first base for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Anyway, have a great Christmas, Doug.
Yeah,
Thank you for
absolutely.
coming on here, and truly appreciate you. Should we have a
Thanks,
great
Doug.
night, Doug? Farrar.
Jesus.
Ferrari.
Terrible.
I'm gonna get it.
Poor guy.
I'm gonna get it right. I swear to God. I like that he came on here, kept it 100.
No,
had the truth in his
That's
pocket.
what we want. Absolutely. No, but it just listen, he knows, he sees it from afar. He's out there in Seattle, but he's essentially preaching the same thing that we see here when we're dealing with Matt Nagy. And it's a sad state of affairs, unfortunately, and still got 3 weeks to go here before they pull the plug. But no,
I hope he's wrong about that.
I did want to ask him about, and I didn't quite get to it. He was bagging on Khalil Mack a little bit there with the trade and what that cost and how that worked out. I was interested to know what his.
Well, he lost me at Jenkins at guard. I don't agree, but I kept it 100 with him.
But he's not the only person that said that. I mean, Barlissimo had Jenkins at guard.
Well, I don't agree with it.
No. But that's what the offseason's all about, and tape analysis and all of that. I mean, none of that stuff bothers me. People have them where they have them, and it is what it is. But you can't draft Tevin Jenkins 39 overall and smash him inside the way that this team is constituted. Put him out at left tackle and see what he's trending upwards.
A thing or two. I think I've been right about offensive linemen enough to know.
Right.
I will never be wrong about this guy, and he's gonna be special as well as Bourne. I think your tackles are set. Finally, as you know, give me a tackle or give me death. We had to go that far, and I finally think the football gods have shined down on us. And maybe his last point there, where the Packers finally have an inside linebacker, that maybe we finally have the quarterback, Shayne. That is the key.
I don't think there's any, in my view, there's no maybe about it. I think we have the quarterback. And I know one person that I think agrees with me here, Phil.
Nerd alert!
Ladies and gentlemen, from the South Side.
He's got a new name that he needs to be introduced by.
From the South Side of his neighborhood.
Yes.
Not Chicago.
Don't be surprised, guys. I've got something special for you in my sack.
Yes, he is. It's our guy.
Lord Cars. Oh,
Lord Cars.
Thank you.
If you guys need me, I'll be doing the copyright work after the show.
What's up, Cars? How are you, bro? I missed
I mean, I'm good until I realize there's 3 more weeks that I have to watch football, and then I get pretty sad. But otherwise doing pretty well. How are you guys?
I actually enjoyed that game because I actually saw some pride and some effort there. I was not expecting that, Cars. I was completely shocked.
It was the perfect microcosm though, right? Because one of the guys that we pin all our hopes on is doing the right thing, and then the other jabokes are all just like, hey, don't do that, and come on, we just get our asses kicked, and then we get back in the huddle. We don't do anything else, right? We just sit there. And
Cars, real quick, we have a comment here in the chat room. Now, is this oh Lord, or is this oh Lord?
She is properly addressing me as as my wench should. That's the way that works.
There goes that Christmas present.
Get that lined up for a drop.
My
Lord,
my
what's the
my
story
sister
behind this
instantly
award?
regretted this decision to do this because she's like, you're going to use this every second you can against
Cars,
Steph.
be
aren't you?"
honest, it took you exactly 3 minutes to text me that picture when you got that.
I appreciate that you gave me 3 minutes. It was within 30 seconds. That
What the hell is going on?
I'm saying the same thing, Kenneth. What is this Lord Cars?
So,
I'm totally out of the loop here.
Yeah, so the reason I was on the show last week, it was first Christmas.
Welcome back.
I should have known.
I
should have known.
You see the guy wearing his grandma's sweater there in the bottom in the background? That was all Jack.
That was the best drop yet, Jack.
Jack will finally get something. Maybe before we fire him.
But yeah, so we anyway, we had our first Christmas celebration because as everybody knows, the holidays are insane, and we're leaving for Florida shortly after. And my sister's first ever Christmas gift, because she knows me so well, is to basically buy me a small plot of land in Scotland that I guess like Scott Disick does this program for, and because of that, I officially am a lord, and that means so I have a lovely certificate bearing my name, which will proudly be everywhere now, and so
Lord Cars.
I think we got to update the swag shop. We got to get some Lord Cars swag out there.
We can't. God. Well, if we put a like a crown or something on it, at least we could say that there's some sort of hardware for the Chicago Bears that we haven't
You're gonna
seen.
Crown him? You better crown his ass. Well, Doug,
I always crown myself. That's okay. I'm my biggest hype man. And
This invention here is called the Cob Quickie. Hands down, the easiest way to butter your corn on the cob.
As a married man, that strikes home. Yes.
Butter your corn on the cob. The Lord of no rings here in Chicago.
Steph just
right
texted.
now.
She's on her way to the grocery store to get corn.
Yes, my wife will kill me. But part of the joys of being a shitty husband is you buy really comfortable couches. So when you fuck up like this, you have somewhere comfortable to sleep overnight.
Oh. That's right.
For Cars, you weren't on with us, but Doug agreed with us pretty much, and Phil and I were in unison on it. But your thoughts on the Tevin Jenkins, Jermaine Ifedi situation?
Ifedi, again, it's a picture of kind of the roster that we've built, where we've added players with toughness on the defensive side of the ball, and offensive, it's all about looking for skills or traits. I love Cody Whitehair. I love James Daniels, but neither of them really play with anger. Like, think of that body slam that we saw from James Daniels against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Where's that been ever since? You know, Borum will probably play like that and get there, but like we have a team of like super nice guys that just want to get back to the huddle, and
that's our culture.
I mean, like that play right there, we haven't had someone like that since Kyle Long, right? Like we haven't had someone like that since Olin Kreutz. Those are the guys, and it is complete meatball. But you, as a tackle, and I agree with you, Phil. I don't like the take that I think he's guard. I think that nastiness really goes that, because like you want a guy who's going to make it so the other guy is like, I want out for a few snaps, because if I'm not giving it 100% on a snap, if I'm taking one off, this guy is going to put me into the dirt. Like that's what he's going to do. And so, yeah, Ifedi was in the wrong, and it just kind of shows how bad it is. And by the way, Dexter and Ryder, go to sleep. Stop giving your mom a hard time. It is time for bed. Lord Cars has spoken.
He has
Lord
spoken.
Cars has spoken.
Nope.
Are they watching the show, Cars?
My wife just sent me a text to say shout them out, so I know that I have to give them a hard time because That is what Uncle Matt does. I know you guys are shocked to hear that I'm just as much of a jerk to children as I am to adults, but
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Speaking of hard times, just real quick before we let this guy in.
Real quick.
Guys, put
real
the
quick.
bouncers and the security all over that end broadcast button.
Velvet rope that thing off right now.
Velvet rope it for the Lord.
Mod on.
Mod on is right. He's back. He is back. What's his name? Shayne.
It's not Doug. What is
Farrar.
it? Right? Farrar, like Ferrari. Right.
I got it. Farrar.
We'll quiz you tomorrow on it.
Yeah,
when you're certain to get it wrong again.
I'm gonna get it when he comes back on. I can tell you.
Big plays
that.
are nice.
Yes, they are nice, Coach Nagy. Too bad we don't get many with you here. But this guy brings big plays, right, Shayne? So you want to bring him in? Yeah. He doesn't even have an intro. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, there you go.
That
one worked.
That one worked.
That one worked.
Or is this?
I can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but you know.
You guys know him as the guy who hit the end broadcast button with over
Cherie calls him Blake Bortles.
Oh man.
Parts of Britain, he's known as the enemy.
Look at we can even see him blushing in the green room. He's not even
Shy
on here
City,
yet.
Shy City Sports Zone. Stephen Johnson.
With intros like that, what else do you need in life?
Yeah, I mean,
Where's your Santa
do I
hat?
even need to say anything? Yeah, I can just leave right now. I could hit that red button.
You do one of these, and
To
then
his credit, he was in his car that day. He was trying to sign out.
I was.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone. You know that. I have iMessage. You know
I
that. You
forget.
text me.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Man.
Stephen Johnson from Shy City Sports. Merry Christmas to you. Our
Merry Christmas
relationship.
to you as well.
Yeah,
Happy
real
holidays.
quick, Steven, let's we got to go into the Wayback Machine though on the end broadcast day. When you finally realized what you had did, what was initially going through your head?
So, okay, well here's the thing. So
what happened was
no, all right, no.
What happened?
Here's the situation, and you'll all understand this because you can see the back end of this. Is that
you showed your back end on that one? That's for sure. Yeah.
There is a bottom button here at the bottom of the screen that says "Leave Studio."
Mm-hmm.
When you're on your phone, there is not a Leave Studio button. The Leave Studio button is the end broadcast button when you're on your phone.
No, you
Whoever
have
created
You
like
have to
the design,
scroll down. That's why.
It's just
Oh, maybe you're right because I've
damn
never
stupid.
done it on
It's
my.
too bad we should have recorded. It's too bad we didn't have our reaction when we realized that you had nixed the show because we're like, what the fuck happened? I'm like, oh no. I looked at him like, I'm pretty sure he edited the fucking broadcast.
Yeah,
it was only the draft. No big deal, Steven.
Not my brightest moment, but
No big deal, Steve.
There's redemption next year, I guess.
Redemption song.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be the story for TTNL and Shy City Sports next year. It's not going to be collaboration. It's going to be redemption, and that is going to be the motto.
What a segue.
The Chicago Bears have traded for Sean Payton, and Steven ends the fucking broadcast.
Yes.
Let's go, Jenkins.
That's confirmed from Adam Schefter also.
Give me a tackle or give me death. Then Steven ends the broadcast right there.
Yeah, I gave you death to the stream.
The stream died right in that moment. Everybody's like, where did it go?
We're going to make a George.
Shane's like, what the fuck happened, Phil?
Steven's got a broadcast like this from now
You got to be like Ricky Bobby.
Hands in the
I don't know
pocket.
what to do with my hands right now. If you don't like Big Red, then anyway.
Steven, you have a special update for TTNL fans, Bears fans, every fan watching the show can get involved in this special promo. What do we call this, Steven?
Yeah, so
bring that fat ass over here. I want to get it in my mouth. I want to get it in my mouth. Oh, I want to suck on your fat ass.
Sorry, Dex and Ryder. I'll explain that when you
Uncle
hit 13.
Shayne.
Yeah, we'll
Uncle
explain that when
Shayne.
you're 13.
What were you saying, Steven? You're giving away Rebel A tickets?
No, well, how do you even follow that up? So we've got a giveaway happening with the Shy City Sports, 5 days of giveaways leading up to Christmas on Saturday. The big one today, and it is going through Friday, is a Justin Fields jersey. Probably your best odds you will ever get to win a Justin Fields jersey. All you got to do, we're going to post the link in the chat right here. So that's going to fly up everywhere. Click that. All you got to do is visit the Shy City Sports YouTube page, hit that subscribe button, and you are entered in. You can even get a double entry if you enter in your email as well. So that's all going to wrap up on Friday. So you have until Friday to go and check that out. And like we mentioned, pretty good odds to get a Justin Fields jersey. As it stands right now, just 22 people in that. So again,
Well,
if you're
we're
good
going
at
to
math,
change
and you
that.
like that. Yeah, let's change that.
Go
Chris
TTNL.
Jackal, I see you back there. You're chugging your soda. You know what? Still can't win. Still can't
win.
It has everything to do with that sweater. There's no other reason.
The
But
cardigan.
Blanche from Golden Girls called,
That
and
looks
she
just
wants her
like the
sweater
sweater
back.
Bragg's
Mr.
mom
Rogers,
left at my house.
motherfuckers.
I gotta find that Mr. Rogers intro I made. I wonder if I could search that up and play that, because that is Mr. Jackal, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
Right.
But yeah, you guys got to get involved in that, getting the swag, Justin Fields jersey. I don't understand how you aren't involved. What do they have to do?
All they got to do is click that link. They have to, and they're within that link. There's a button that says "Visit the Shy City Sports" YouTube page. Hit the subscribe button, and then there's also another way to enter, which is just dropping in your email address. It's as simple as that. That's all you got to do. Takes 30 seconds tops, and you got your chance at a Justin Fields jersey. Gave away one of our Shy City Sports Justin Fields Forever t-shirts based off the Strawberry Fields Forever logo from the Beatles back in the day on Monday. Got a White Sox hat tomorrow, and then wrapping it up on Friday with another t-shirt giveaway. Maybe some Bulls gear, maybe some more Bears gear. Just depends on, how we're feeling and festive for the lovely holiday week we have going on here.
Are you prepared as I'll just say dad. Are you prepared as dad for Saturday? Everything ready to go, or you still got some last minute things to do?
So it's funny. You texted me and said, "Hey, you can hop on," and about 10 feet behind me outside of this door is my wife wrapping presents, and she thought I was coming down to help her. And so when I said, "Hey, I'm going in here, I'm hopping out with Bill and Shayne," I got the look of death.
The look of death.
I'll send you a link to a couch I recommend, Steven. It is really good back support. I'll get you that link shortly.
Beautiful.
There you go. It's Steven Johnson, Shy City Sports.
Yes,
Steven
he does
Johnson.
sound like a married man. We all
And he's one of the best hosts of
Still
Up Fantasy.
Still got that voice.
Still got that voice.
Johnson. Have you addressed the Cars Lord situation now that he's officially a Lord? Steven, did you know this?
Did he get land? Does he have his tree land?
He does.
That he paid $40 for?
Does. His wife actually wants him to move there. She just hasn't told him that part yet.
You just gotta wait about 40 years, build a tree house. You're good.
She told me she wants me to move somewhere warmer called hell or something. I'm not really sure, but she tells me to go there quite frequently.
there.
So I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, we're up to 48 entries now, Steven.
So correction on that, divide that by 2 because each of those
Oh.
entries, you get 2 entries at it. So basically you're doubling your odds. So if you choose to be lazy and don't do the full thing, you only get 1. So you got half the odds of everybody else there. So
Let's go, chat. Let's go. Get out there.
Gotta get out there.
Jack will put that link that Steven shared, put it in the breakdown of the show so everybody can see it there and it wraps up on Friday, correct? You said, Steven?
that is correct. We'll be announcing Friday night the winner of that Justin Fields jersey. Ship it straight to your door, whatever size, whatever color. It's all your choice. From ShyCitySports.com.
Awesome.
You gotta love Steven Johnson and Shy City Sports, our partners here. Shayne, speaking of partners, you guys know this? Sports betting season's in full force with all of the sports going. NHL, NBA, football. You need a sports book with integrity and longevity like BetUS. You may already know this, but BetUS has been a pioneer in the sportsbook industry for almost 3 decades. It's a lot longer than Nagy or any coach has lasted in Chicago, thriving and paying their loyal customer base. That is BetUS.com. They have loads of bonuses. Join now or call 1-800-69-BET-US. I know Steph and Lord Cars love that number 69. Remember that. That is 1-800-MY-BET-US. You receive 125% sign-up bonus by using the code Shy City. That's where Steven Johnson's from. 125. It's Shy City 125. They have a re-up and referral bonus. Tell a friend, as Jackal would say. Be a friend, tell a friend. You're going to get a bonus. BetUS is known as America's favorite sports book for a lot of reasons. BetUS has all your NBA, NHL games, team, player props, NFL futures, NFL odds, all of that stuff. You can bet the UFC matches, prop bets, PGA golf. Who bets on golf? Maybe you do. Live sports betting, including online casinos. It has hundreds of games. Even the race book. Remember your grandpa used to go to the horse track, Tooch? Well, maybe he does. They have every bet type imaginable. And that sharp BetUS mobile platform, it's easy with full betting options. Follow my lead and get your phone online and social sports betting partner with integrity, longevity, like BetUS. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's BetUS.
No, we're very economical, my family.
I'm sorry. I've seen that so many times. I follow it up now with the laugh. It's like it's a weird tick I've developed because of it.
I don't think BetUS takes EBT, but if you cash it in and somehow get the cash, put it in a debit card, I think you can work.
Just move to New York State. They probably do here.
just change the EBT to crypto and then
right.
deposit the crypto. You're all good to
There
go.
you go.
That's a 200% bonus if you do
200% bonus. Listen, the college football games are going to be popping. So BetUS might as well take advantage of a little gift from Shy City and TTNL. Put that code in there. Steven,
you won't be able to do the Gator Bowl since that one's canceled now.
Yeah.
Oh, did it get canceled today?
Texas A&M can't field the team. They've got too many kids out sick with COVID, so they.
Holy Nike!
Well,
they've been out partying with Johnny Manziel. That's the problem.
Oh, that's what happened again. Lord Manziel.
Yeah, Phil's boy.
That was my boy.
An undersized quarterback was Phil's guy. I'm shocked.
We totally disagreed on that.
Hey, look.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Yeah, it was over for the Manziel before it started.
Wasn't
there
it?
you go. Hey, Steven, your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh man. I'll always be a fan of
actual
Home Alone
Christmas.
2. I'll always
Home
be a fan of
Alone 2. He's going to New York.
That's
my
so
go-to.
random. That is Ela, my better half. That is hers by far. Home Alone 2. Loves it.
I've had to watch that because of the kids.
Yeah.
Every day in the month of December, basically.
Really? Your kids rewatch movies like that?
We've watched the Avengers the last 5 days, which I won't complain about. But yeah, they obsess for a while.
My sons
and then
have
burn
to
out.
watch new. Everything's got. I'm like, can't we just watch this movie again? They won't do it. They won't rewatch. Maybe like a month from now they'll rewatch, but not within the next day or later that
Polar
day.
Express has been on like every single fucking day since July.
Really?
Like, yeah, it's crazy.
There are
Always
certain movies like I don't mind it being
Right.
that way. And
Yeah.
then there's others where I'm just like, holy shit, not again. Like, please, for the love of God, not again.
Like I used to love Christmas Story, but I am so over it because
Never been a
I
fan
just
of that
can't.
movie.
I loved Christmas Story, but I'm with you, Cars. Like
Wasn't it like TBS? Don't they like
24 hours
Yeah,
in a
they'll,
row.
play it. They'll start playing it when? Christmas
Oh,
Eve?
my
Or
God.
is
Yep.
it tomorrow?
That's like
Christmas
watching.
Eve.
That's
Yeah,
like
like
Christmas
7
Eve.
o'clock Christmas Eve.
that's
Did you
as
see
boring
the
as
new
watching.
one?
Michael is correct. Michael is 100% correct.
I saw
All
it.
right. I
saw
haven't seen
took-
it yet, so
I
don't
took my
spoil
son. There was
anything.
no Bears football on Sunday, so I took my son Sunday,
Yeah.
and it was very emotional. Am I right, Steven?
That's what I've heard. People are
Yes.
laughing, crying.
Crying.
I go crying.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a part in there that's very,
All right.
Yeah.
very
Don't
emotional.
spoil anything. Listen
Han
to
Solo
me.
died.
We went out to go see it, bought tickets in advance on the app. We get there, you can't sit.
Oh,
I go,
dude,
what the
it's a
fuck
fu-
is this?
It's a
People
fucking hornet's
snuck
nest.
in there.
We
all
reserved
snuck in
we
there.
reserved our seats, and we were like 20-25 minutes early. And
Right.
after that, it was pure fucking chaos. There was a lady in a fucking wheelchair trying to get in the handicap accessible seats, and the one dude's like, "Motherfucker, she's like, you're not even in a wheelchair," and I'm like, just sitting there, like, Riley, don't turn around. We're just gonna sit here, keep our fucking seats, enjoy the popcorn.
Yeah, it brings out the best of people.
Yeah,
Just
it
like
does.
getting a
What?
It always
It's like
does.
going to a Purdue basketball game. I mean, it's just fucking bunch of degenerates watching shitty sports.
I mean, what do you expect from people from the region? I mean, I don't know.
Exactly.
Listen, I was fired up. I went to the manager. I'm like, I got my popcorn. I'm all ready to go to watch this fucking movie. I ended up seeing the Bradley Cooper.
I would have
The
been.
guy gave me tickets. No, I'm like, I'm not leaving here. But there's nowhere to see. It was the last showing. So they comp me tickets to go back and see Spider-Man. So I ended up watching that new Bradley Cooper movie for free. Or I paid,
I don't even
but
know
I
what
get an
that
extra
movie
movie.
is.
Yeah, I don't know what that movie is.
Oh, it's something alley, Nightmare Alley.
Oh.
It is.
I was waiting for Phil to
fucking-
say it was A Star Is Born. You guys haven't heard it?
Nightmare
for 2
Alley.
years.
And the Oscar goes to.
Yeah.
Have you heard that song? I think like that Lady Gaga lady's in it.
Yeah.
Really talented. Yeah.
Was Doug
No.
was Doug Ferrari in that movie, Phil?
Farrar. Farrar.
Golly, what the hell is going on?
We got a resident John Travolta over here just butchering last names.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't.
That is the perfect
Every
comp.
3 fucking minutes, yeah. But
Can't
what did
do the
what did
last
Travolta say when it was
Adina.
Adiz,
Something.
I think
Oh,
he
he
put in
fucked
like
up.
7 more syllables than were
Yeah.
needed.
When I say the
Nazelle.
variables, that's part of the variables in all 3 phases. I mean,
It's part of the variables, Stephen.
Exactly.
I can't pronounce it. I can pronounce this guy's name, though. Are we bringing this guy in from the region?
Which one's that? Cherie's not from the region. Cherie, can we get your take? Can we get your take on the region talk, Cherie?
Yes.
Yeah, look
no.
at that.
Oh.
See?
No, no, this is a Christmas show. Just let him speak.
You better back me up now, Phil, because you
I've already defended you. I don't know who keeps removing you, but I'm gonna guess it's got to be Christopher Jackal.
No,
with
he's got his
arch
hands
nemesis.
up. He's got his hands up.
Yeah.
He's definitely
100%
using
so.
elbows. Or
Definitely rhymes with lame.
It's not me. It's not me. I promise.
Little known fact, Christmas Story. So you guys were talking about that is based in.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers.
Stats are for losers. Listen, can you let him speak?
The movie is based in Hammond, Indiana, which is the region. Actually, and I hate.
Not me.
Yes,
me.
it is you.
No, it's not. It's
you.
not.
You.
I got my hands around your mom's head down here.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
No.
Listen,
God.
so that you would think I'd love.
Let's throw curls.
All right, get all the
right,
damn
can you
drops out of the
let
way,
him-
Jackal. You fucking bum. Now listen, you would think I'd. Yes, get them all out. Get them all out of your system. You would think I'd love the Christmas Story for that reason, but I actually hate it too. I can't stand the Christmas Story.
It's overdone.
Jenny loves it. I can't.
Never
stand
been
it.
a fan.
Terrible.
I was a huge
Home
fan.
Alone is the Christmas movie. Period.
Your number one
Drax
Christmas
gets it.
movie
Home
is
Alone.
Home Alone as well.
That's right. That's right.
Wow. Number one or
I
two.
can't
is
watch the
Stephen
new one. It
Johnson.
just
I've never
Yeah,
seen
new
it
one
past-
was
I've never
cute.
seen it past two.
It was
The new-
cute. The
the
new,
new
one
Disney
on
one?
Netflix,
yeah.
It's
on
terrible.
Disney Plus.
it
It's
was a
terrible.
cute little movie.
It's not
The kid looked
terrible.
weird,
It
but,
is
you know.
terrible.
It's not terrible. It's enjoyable.
Jackals or
It's not up to
Steven's
par
gonna
with
fire
those
Cherie
guys.
again. Yeah. Oh, Steven. Jesus.
Home Alone 2 might, be better than Home Alone 1, though.
That's what Eli
That's
said.
what Steven
Loves
Johnson's saying.
It is.
Very, very, very rarely does a sequel live up to the hype. And
If
that
Home
one-
Alone 2 is good or better than Home Alone 1, could Eric Bieniemy be better than Coach Nagy?
No.
That is
we
the
have to
worst
find out?
transition I think I've ever heard.
Here's a good reason why
Listen,
Home Alone
he's-
2 is better
He's
than
in the
1.
Reed tree. The
Home
Reed tree.
Alone, Home
Doug
Alone 1,
Peterson.
they had the wet bandits, which was funny. But in Home Alone 2, they were the sticky bandits, which was even funnier. So
sticky
that was a good
bandits.
trend. Yeah.
If you had John Candy from 1 into the second one somehow, that would easily mop the floor with 1. But 2 is definitely, in my opinion, better than 1.
Are we
Pigeon
Yeah, you also
Lady.
have Tim Curry, and Tim Curry is fantastic.
Oh.
in Treasure.
The whole hotel scene when when he's in
Rob
the shower.
Schneider.
I mean, that whole point is
Trump.
glory.
Trump is in the second one.
Yes.
Which is,
Oh
Yes,
yeah, he is. I forgot.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure this out. It's not.
Do we
Those aren't in my
Forget
top.
how drunk Santa Claus was on
I have
the
a
Yes,
show
we
last
did.
year.
Yes, we
At the
did.
same time.
He was
Santa's not
supposed to
drinking
dress
this
as
year?
Santa Claus tonight.
I got the Bears. I found this.
But you're not drinking?
No, I gotta work tomorrow. No drinking for me.
You gotta work.
I know, isn't that weird?
Look
Cherie's
at
got batteries. in her
Cherie's
hats.
got her Christmas Bears hat, as does Greg from the region.
You got the shirt.
I got the shirt. Shayne dropped the ball. So did Steven.
Someone
Cars is a
gave me a
lord,
heads
so he
up.
doesn't have to worry about it.
Well, it's like you guys tell me any of this stuff anyway to begin with. You just like show up and we'll figure out what's going on.
It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. Cars cooking chicken and collard greens. Listen, we're here to talk Bears, but we're also celebrating, having a good time with Christmas, with you, the TTNL family, the crew. We got Greg Braggs here from Braggs in the Stands. Lord Cars, first of his name. Cherie, Lady Bear, and Steven Johnson, who's giving away a Justin Fields jersey. One more time, for those people just tuning in, Steven, where can they find this?
So it's going to be in the description if you're watching after the show. If you're watching live, we're going to pop it in the comments one more time as well. All you got to do is click on that link. There'll be a link to visit the Shy City Sports YouTube page. Hit the subscribe button there, and then there's a second chance to double your entries just by dropping in your email address, and you will have a shot at winning a Justin Fields Bears jersey. We're giving it away on Friday evening, so plenty of time to still register there. But do check it out. Hit that link, and off we'll go.
Can only imagine the smells coming out of that thing, but
Yes. Someone
It's a clean jersey.
I was given the yes for Angelo drop, but somebody blocked me with Jackals. I don't know. Probably was Jackal.
It was Jackal.
We don't want to get Steven in trouble. You gotta get to
Steven, we appreciate you coming on the show. We'll have more of you to come as the offseason continues and the new coach and all of the plans that we have.
Put him on the spot.
Yes.
The next head coach of the Chicago Bears will be Steven Johnson. Give us your pick.
Oh, damn it. Of course you're gonna put me on the spot and I didn't think about this. I hate saying it, and it's gonna be a really ugly pick, but it would not shock me at all, is Vance Joseph. I think he gets a second shot somewhere, and it would
Twist
not.
invention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
All right.
Get him off.
All right. See you, Steven.
Merry Christmas. Vance Joseph.
Where's that fucking red button?
He did it. He did it.
This has been a Shy City.
What are the whys?
All right. Get to work,
Why,
Steven.
Get to work. Get to rapping. Merry Christmas, Steve. We appreciate you here. Thanks for jumping on and having a blast with us tonight. It's all about TTNL, the fans, and having some fun. Bringing on our guy, Greg Braggs.
We got a special guest down here that's been waiting
Do
for
we?
a couple of weeks to get on, Phil. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mono.
Turn to go.
Who do
Let's
we
add
got?
him here.
There he is.
Joe, a.k.a. Bob.
A.k.a. Bob.
Loblaw? Is that how you say it?
It's a handle. It's Bob Loblaw from character from Arrested Development.
Yep.
If you say it quickly, blah, 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 blah.
Are you an Alabama fan?
No, actually, that 16.
Rand Stacy?
That Alabama, let me turn my head the other way. That Alabama helmet says 16 on the side. That was I won that at a football clinic, at a coach's clinic. The guys putting it on thought that Alabama was a shoe-in to win in 16, but Clemson beat them.
Yeah, that was bullshit, Bob.
Remind Shayne.
Shayne's got to remember the 6 times like Alabama's lost in the last decade, and he gets really upset anytime you talk about one of the 6 losses.
You have little
Preach,
nerds
Cars.
like Greg and his
Finish this stupid
Greg
sentence so I
and
can
his-
railroad it.
with Chubbs attacking me openly on Twitter.
I don't say shit about Bama.
Here comes Georgia. They're up by 10.
Oh, you're
There's
so
9
innocent.
minutes left in the
Ain't
first
it? This
quarter.
dude is talking shit about Notre Dame all year long, unabated. He just does it.
Cares about Notre Dame. It's not the fucking
You do. You tweet
Poolin
about him.
Weed Eater Bowl.
You and that other
Every
Roll Tide
fucking player is
25.
overrated,
You guys
except
are
I do
obsessed.
like their safety this year.
Yeah, he got
all
hurt.
overrated.
Yeah, he's a very good football player. Didn't he
Oh,
get
yeah.
hurt?
Yeah,
He's
he got
number
hurt.
14.
He's going very high.
Well,
in the
it
draft.
depends on his medical.
Bears are gonna get boiler
Yes.
up Bell, baby. So
The receiver from Purdue, that's who you're thinking?
They're going to trade that pick to New Orleans.
Get Sean
for
Payton?
Sean Payton. Yeah, I'll
Telling
take
you,
it.
Albert Breer has reported that 4 times, brought it up. Dustin Carr's kid, his first child, shared that. That's the 4th time that he's brought that up in passing, Albert Breer. And I mean, that dude's pretty fucking locked in.
What do you think?
Don't
Bob,
forget where Ryan
AKA
Pace came.
Joe?
Don't forget where Ryan Pace came from.
Yep. Hey,
saying.
I'd throw a fucking parade if that.
What do you think of
Excellent get off. He's got excellent get off. Any.
I would definitely get off if.
Should we call you Bob or should we call you Joe?
I know. I
Joe.
Joe. I keep calling you Bob.
Me too.
That's because that's
Joe.
his handle.
I know. I know him as Bob Loblaw. Blah blah blah.
So,
now I got
is
it.
I figured he was a lawyer or something.
He is, right? I thought you were.
Not a lawyer.
No. Is this like the dueling hats episode? Because should we just put Joe and Cars up
yes.
together?
Can we just
You
put
guys
them
could,
two up together, please?
Yeah, put them up there.
The two lords of the rings.
That's
What's
more
up?
face than any screen has ever held before.
Well, it's instantly more handsome. It's going to be
Nerd alert!
way more
There you
insulting as well. So I'm not going to say too many words because we'll just be continually interrupted like they like to do.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
I have no idea what's going on right now. There it is.
We just wanted to make you
coming back.
uncomfortable.
We were just, you guys both had similar hats.
Yeah.
A man
Yes.
of many similar hats.
It's the Kingsmen movies
Kingsmen,
are coming out,
exactly.
so they're just distinguished gentlemen.
And yet these are out of the 5. These are at least 3 and 4 in the weirdness when it comes to wearing hats.
Remember
Yeah.
Michael Jordan would always wear those, Shane?
Yeah.
He's no Michael Cooper.
No
but
Michael
remember-
Cooper.
I actually
Michael
He's
Cooper.
no
from
Michael
Alabama.
Cooper.
Should we unveil that live?
Jordan
tonight,
would
Brad?
No,
wear
because
those
I don't want
hats
to go.
backwards.
We could do that another, definitely in the off season.
I gotta tell Cars though. Cars.
tonight.
Yeah,
Not
go.
tonight.
Phil said
Spill the
Michael
beans.
Cooper is a better
No.
shooter
Yeah.
than Michael Jordan.
I started trying to destroy Phil when he was going off about this
Michael
Jordan
Cooper
versus
from the.
Walter
Now it's going to
Payton
go down
crap.
a
No, it
dumb
doesn't. It doesn't
alley.
need to. It doesn't need
Yes.
to. But we were yelling at him about the Peyton versus Jordan.
See, here
got a
we go.
question for you guys.
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Michael Cooper?
Go ahead.
Michael
He said
Cooper
Michael Cooper was a better
is
shooter.
for the
Now,
whole
move on
off
before he cries.
season. We're not
Michael
gonna talk
Cooper
basketball
shot 7
tonight.
times a game. Like what are we doing here?
Exactly. What are we doing? Why are we talking basketball?
Joe's got a question for us. Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe. Jesus. Dumb transition. I
Bunch
should have
of-
known.
Bunch of my
Brag.
guy friends.
Yes.
Guy friends. Constantly. Why does Justin Fields suck?
Well, they're idiots.
I've actually been told they would have won more games with Andy Dalton starting.
Oh my God.
Ryan and Matt are men of character. They are both, like Ted, outstanding leaders. I've been most impressed with how well they collaborate.
I'm sure George loves the way your friends collaborate too.
I don't actually
friends,
disagree
Joe.
with that. I don't disagree with that statement, but I think it's not probably for the reasons that you think. But Doug kind of nailed it. He has no idea how to make use of Fields' skill set.
Did they give a reason, Joe, why they think he sucks? What do they say?
His stats, his quarterback rating,
Well, there you
the
go.
Bears offense under him. But I mean,
Every
when I look at the
quarterback, every quarterback has
Just
sucked under this offense.
Joe,
Everyone.
I'll email you this clip and put it on your phone. And every
In fact,
time
Mitch
they say
is
that,
the only
play this.
one who's been able to even climb over.
Yeah, play
this
that. Play your
offense.
friends this clip every time they say it.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers.
Stats
And
are
it's
for
true.
losers.
It's just they
It's
would have
true.
just lost in a different way. Fields can push the ball downfield, but fucking Andy Dalton in the Rams game and the most recent game that he started didn't throw the ball over 20 yards once. So it would have just been he doesn't obviously, I mean, he's got, sneaky, speed at times. I'm not going to say he's just standing in the pocket at all times like Nick Foles, but no, they would have lost the same amount of games just in a different way. And it's just silliness and a moot point to even try to argue that. And it's just people that are still hung up on trying to be right about a preseason argument that doesn't matter anymore. It's silliness. He got hurt. That's why he lost the job at the end of the day. So who really gives a fuck?
Well, I mean, when Dalton was in, they ran these pass plays that were slants. I don't know if we've ever heard or seen of them. And for whatever reason, when Fields comes in, we run curls and outs. Like the play calls are different. I really think Matt has no idea what to do. So yeah, I think play call wise, 100%, it would look better because it seems that they trust Andy or will allow Andy to have more of a say in what they run. And with Justin, they're just kind of like, I don't know, let's see him hit 6 curls in a row, and then maybe we'll throw a deep shot, and maybe something will work, and nobody's open. And
did you hear Doug's take on that with Fields and Nagy?
I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
I completely agree with that.
Is he a bust?
No fucking way.
No, not even.
Anybody saying that,
he's literally the last thing on this entire team that I'm worried about. And I don't say shit like that unless I mean it.
Well, now that we've been through this Nagy nightmare, I am concerned that they're not going to get this right, because Fields' career with the Bears now hinges on them getting this right. Because if they don't, then he will not have a good career with the Bears. Whether it's a bust, however you want to define it, you know, the only way he's going to break out and become a star like we all see him becoming is if they can get this right. And I have big concerns that they're not going to. Vance Joseph doesn't really give me much excitement. So,
I mean, why should we have any faith that they're going to, like, the reports now, like, no, guys, they get it. Everything is on the table right now. They're leaving yeah, we heard that after John Fox, which we heard after Tressman, which we heard after Lovey, right? Like, it's the same people making the same decisions. So we should absolutely be nervous. Right. Vance Joseph, when the reports came out that Leslie Frazier was going to get some burn as a potential candidate here, like, don't tell me that the most, hey, we've announced Trace Armstrong as our new vice president of football operations with Olin Kreutz, and we're going to throw in Leslie Frazier as the coach. Is that not the most Bears thing you could think?
It is. Yeah,
maybe Leslie will be good. Who knows?
Totally
but let's just keep throwing back to the old guys and being like, remember when we were good? Remember
you don't have
this?
to be a Bear. You don't have to. Bears organization has won one Super Bowl.
Yeah.
One.
1.9% of the available Super Bowls.
Find somebody from a winning organization. Find someone from the Packers. Find someone from the Patriots, Baltimore, New Orleans.
I don't care where you find.
He's going to get
from.
Nathaniel Hackett is 100% going to get an interview in Chicago. I'm telling you right now.
Eric Kramer was on last week.
There's nothing wrong with interviewing him.
If you didn't hear,
you can throw him a bone and interview
Eric
him.
Kramer last week, I'm muting Joe because he doesn't get it.
You got to understand, Joe, when Phil talks, nobody else does.
I'm trying to transition to truth, and Eric said this whole thing has to be washed. Ted all the way down, and George has to find the right guy to do the football side. We've said that forever here. Forever. That somebody besides Ted Phillips has to make the decisions, and I'll bring Joe back in football. The money side, Ted could go to the back of the room and deal with that, but the person needs to be hired in charge. If that's Peyton Manning, I've said Olin Kreutz to be in charge of football operations, to find the right men. I don't dissuade Olin because he's never done it and he's a former Bear. I believe he has the right pedigree to decide the right human being of football to do that.
But doesn't it seem obvious at this point that it's going to be, just reading the tea leaves, and Shayne's
it's
much
going to be
better
Ryan Pace put up there?
Ryan Pace gets pushed up, and Champ Kelly becomes the new GM. I feel like that is what
I'm not even sure it's going to be Champ, quite honestly. I think that they're going to, and this sounds awful because he could be very qualified for it. But so let's just throw a name out there. They go after a guy like Lake Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
Bring him
Notre
in.
Damer.
Along with that comes draft pick compensation, 2 picks in the 3rd round. If you promote Champ Kelly from within, you don't. And I mean, the NFL is I don't give a fuck business. As bad as that fucking sounds, that's what it is. And I think that that's the type of shit. And where this plays into, if you're looking at bringing in and making a move for a coach via trade. And like I said, when Albert Breer talks about stuff like this more than once, he's done it 4 fucking times now. My ears perk up. I tend to listen. And he's not saying this about Sean Payton going elsewhere. Don't forget where Sean Payton's from. Sean Payton is from Chicago.
Yep.
Sean Payton knows the fucking quarterback situation in New Orleans.
Eastern Illinois.
Yeah.
He was a scab player for the Bears when the strike happened.
The first football game I ever went to was the one that he
Really?
started against. Yep.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you talked about it on here.
Yeah.
I don't remember you talking about that. My bad, Lord Cars.
Thank you. That I appreciate you assimilating.
But seriously, you look at this roster, I believe has a lot of talent on it, and the person that has to come in here to do this is, I tend to agree with Greg. I don't have any faith in George.
I think there's a lot of talent on one side. I think there's a large lack of talent on the offensive side of the football.
Well, I think
because I think there's some talented guys, but there's not game changers. There's not upper echelon.
You have more playmakers on defense than you do in offense.
I agree.
And it's not
But
even
don't you think the defense, I mean, aside from Thomas Graham having a nice night the other night, the secondary still has a lot of work to do.
Massive.
They played better in their secondary. They tackled better than they ever have all season with all these backups. Who wanted it. They wanted to prove them. That's
it proved
what
Jalen
I've
Johnson's
talked about on this network for how long? You got to have accountability. You have to have that kind of passion and pride, and you could win. Every fucking guy that walks into that league is talented. It's up to the coach to be able to put politics aside and put the best players out there. We don't know what Dieter Eiselen is because they haven't given him a shot. Same with Thomas Graham. Who's Thomas Graham? He's a bust, right? Even I saw Thomas Graham in the preseason. I'm like, I don't know if this kid's got. He worked on his craft, and he went out there and proved himself for one game. Now we got to find
Jalen's point, though, that guys have given up.
Yes.
And when you promoted those other guys up, and they're like, forget, this is my shot. This is it. You absolutely saw that validation.
The integrity. Joe, you said you were at coaches clinic, so you know all about this. Competition breeds success. Matt Nagy failed as a head coach as soon as he said Dalton's our quarterback.
Absolutely.
As soon as the owner came down and said, "No, you're playing."
You have to play Justin Fields, right?
He fucked up as a coach because he doesn't. Maybe Doug is 100% right. He doesn't want Justin. What kind of fucking marriage is this? Ryan Pace should be gone too, just for that. If Matt Nagy says I want Mac Jones and you've attached yourself to that, you get fucking Mac Jones. That's what you do. He went up for Justin Fields.
Just
so
like
if he didn't want Justin Fields, and to all of those, to Doug's credit, and to Cars and all of us, he doesn't do anything to Justin's attributes. Doesn't.
But I mean, think about it.
Talent he has.
Pace did that with Trubisky too, right? Because Fox wanted Watson, and he didn't give him the time of day. So he is now overruled two
I want Pace
consecutive
out
coaches.
of here. I don't give a fuck about Sean Payton. Get Pace the fuck out. You fucked up this franchise. You hide in the shadows. You hide. You never come out to speak. You only take Jeff Joniak's bullshit ass questions after he's told Greg, "I'm really doing this for you, Greg." Yeah, Jeff, it's ridiculous. Jeff, you're ridiculous. Have some pride in your fans. Understand that they need to hear from the GM just as much as at least twice a month. You should hear from your GM on the prospects of where this team is going, just so we know. You've hidden. Oh, we collaborate. We had that whole speech. I know we've heard this a lot. Yeah, we've heard it because you rehearsed it.
Go around the panel, Sharice. You can start. Would you be against the Bears sending draft pick compensation to New Orleans for Sean Payton?
I love Sean Payton. I can't get Harbaugh, so I would definitely take Sean Payton.
Joe?
Yes, I'd be against it. The Bears need to They need to get a Theo Epstein. They need a football czar and just call him in and say, listen, we got you a quarterback. You do the rest. Here, go. I don't want to give up more draft capital to get a coach.
So in Theo, you want to just be a one and done championship, and then
I would
everybody
take
shit down
one
their
in a
leg and
heartbeat right
finish
now.
500.
How
Greg.
how have your Dodgers done there, Shane?
Hey, we
How
won
many have-
one. We've won one more recently than the Scrubs. Anyways, Greg, Sean Payton.
You've won a fourth of
I
one.
I'd give up anything for Sean Payton. I mean, that is what they need. A coach that knows what he's doing. You saw how he turned New Orleans around with Drew Brees. I mean, Drew Brees wasn't a sure thing. He's a good player coming from San Diego, had injury history. That was more of the concern with him.
Purdue, Greg.
I saw Drew Brees' final game ever in college football. He lost to Georgia in the Outback Bowl. But regardless,
I was going to say they were playing against Indiana, and that's who Greg was rooting for. I thought that's what he was going to say.
No, I'm a Notre Dame football
Indiana
fan
doesn't
anyway,
make
so
bowl
shut up.
games.
Shut up, Shane, with your fake Dodgers championship. Anyway, so yeah, I would give up anything for Sean Payton. Yeah, I'd obviously take Ted Phillips getting the boot, getting a restructure. I've always said Peyton Manning would be a great type of face of the organization that would, I don't know if you guys heard the comments from who was the ESPN type talking today.
Hold
the
on,
clip.
Greg. J2K. Shane has told you this fucking dude has brought this up several times from the NFL Network.
Albert Breer, yeah.
Albert Breer.
you guys
That's
gotta-
why we're talking about it.
Why have a
follow
fucking
along.
podcast about the Chicago Bears and their offseason and we can't speculate? Good
Right.
call on that one, bro.
Only talk about
What are
hypotheticals
we
that John
fucking doing
2K
here?
thinks are possible.
Yeah, but you gotta, John, you gotta realize a couple different things. So next season is the
Exactly.
last one that Sean Payton is under contract. So Sean's got 1 year left. They are, as it stands right now, New Orleans is $60 million over the cap for next year.
Right.
So they're going to have to make massive moves, and they have huge investments in useless players like Taysom Hill and others that they're going to have to redo and punt all sorts of money into future years and cap hell. Michael Thomas might be trying to force himself out. He does not seem happy there anymore, especially without a quarterback.
That's
New
a
Orleans is
playmaker,
closer.
Shane.
New Orleans is closer to needing a reset because they don't have a quarterback than they are to making the playoffs.
And the
even
quarterback
after
options are weak going into this
Weak.
year, right?
So it fills two different things. It is one, Sean probably wants to keep coaching and he wants to start something new. He would be able to choose his own front office person. I think it sadly ties back into the Jeff Ireland stuff. And two, it helps New Orleans hit the reset button. So yes, it's absolutely on the table.
I
Right. Of the coaches that are like what some fans might consider a pipe dream, Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin, or to some that turn their head at this, but Jim Harbaugh from Michigan. Those three guys all have jobs right now.
Out of those three, I think Sean Payton is
I agree.
I think you have the best shot by leaps and
he's the
bounds.
one that's the best chance.
Is
for
there
sure.
truth to this that he signed an extension through 2026?
Yes, right, but that means nothing.
Did he?
That's
I don't think I didn't. I guess I
he
didn't.
signed an extension
But
like
you
in
know-
January, but that doesn't mean anything.
It
doesn't.
The language of it would.
No. But that's
of
why
course it would be a
that's-
trade. Right?
Don Gruden got traded from the Raiders to the Tampa Bay Bucks. That's why you would have
There
to
is
trade
no
for him.
cap for
I
coaches.
agree
as
with people
well,
that
I'd
say that these things are highly unlikely. But yeah, I mean, let us dream for the next 4 weeks and think about the best options. We deserve the best. We haven't ever.
Well, they
had
have
that.
to get the best at this
You know?
point. You've buried yourself beyond mediocrity. You're
JTK,
way.
you can't even spell Bill O'Brien right. Like, don't tell me to come off of a take if you can't even figure out what you're doing. All
This
right.
is exactly, Jackal. It's the NFL.
I'm cars.
Anything is possible. We've said it all the time. There's no way Justin Fields lands there. There's no way they're gonna get Khalil Mack. They got Khalil Mack. All of the time you see this. There's no way Cody Parkey's gonna miss it. And That's
There's no way he's
football.
going to go on Good Morning America and try to make it about him. No,
That's football. That's the Chicago Bears. That's reality. And it's unfortunate that we live in a time where everybody says shit now. And then when it happens, they always, oh, I said that too. Said that to begin with. We got two Shaynes on the show. I've never seen that before.
Two Shaynes don't make a right.
Two Shaynes. I can remove that one Shayne, add this Shayne. Did that work?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Everything froze
two
up.
Shaynes.
Was my greatest nightmare. That's what.
The only person that's happy about that's Greg's mom.
Oh my god!
No laughing, Cherie.
I can laugh. It's funny.
But Joe,
bring that fat ass over here. I wanna get it in my mouth. I wanna get it in my mouth. Oh, I wanna suck on your fat ass.
Oh, Jackal finally got a good drop. He's 1 for 30.
Gotta bring Jackal in here on the that fat ass.
Let me ask Joe real quick. So we'll move off of football just a little bit and talk about the network. How did you find out about TTNL?
Good question. A buddy of mine, someone who thinks that Fields is a bust, turned me on to. It was last year. And it was a film breakdown that you guys had unlocked from last year, and you were showing all the intricacies of the offensive line blocking. So I just started watching from there, and then started watching Steven and Jackal's fantasy. Thank you for the advice, by the way.
Wow. Look at that.
Started watching that show, and that's. It's always fun. It's a great way to be able to see what's going on with the Bears in slow motion as opposed to just watching it once or watching it twice. Throughout the week.
In true TTNL fashion, Bob, we keep it 100 here, so we're going to put you on the spot in a big time pressure situation. You got to keep it 100. Who is your least favorite person from TTNL Network on the show?
Oh my god! There we go.
Keep it 100, Bob or Joe.
Just say Braggs.
He's not. He wouldn't come with us.
Take the easy
Dave
way out.
Kaplan.
You not a Cap fan?
You're not a Cap fan when he comes on?
Pass.
Oh.
Love him.
Well, I love Cap.
Love Cap.
You're surprised.
okay.
I think you surprised some people with that one, Bob.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Everybody's got their own taste.
Everybody's got their own taste. I mean,
You're not getting crucified for it, right?
We'll see. We'll see in the chat.
What?
Angelo's upset with you.
What?
But yeah, I'm glad you. So you're a patron. You become you're on the patron side. We appreciate your support.
Absolutely.
What number am I?
Shayne is the numbers guy.
Yeah, I'll get that to you.
He'll get it to you.
That was the worst thing I ever started in my life.
There you go, Shayne.
I got to be fashionable.
But yeah, I'll get you your number and let you know.
Cool, thank you.
But hey, we hope you have a Merry Christmas. We got a guy waiting in the wings that's been in there for a little bit, but we're glad to have
Christmas
you, Bob.
All you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep up the great work.
We will.
All right, we appreciate you. Speaking of appreciation, we appreciate you, the fan. Use the code BHL20 for 20% off swag. We got some new swag in there. I know Greg's been rocking it. BHL20, 20% off, or you could choose free shipping. Our guy Alex Acevedo. We got Stats Are for Losers right there. You guys requested it. That's a TTNL motto that Bill Belichick obviously agrees with.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers.
There it is. So
when you have 1,000 people watching the show or 60, it's stats are for losers. It's all about content.
Stats are for losers. You can get your performance over politics, TTNL hats, hoodies, swag. We'll work on the Lord Cars shirt. I mean, we got to do that. And
Flip the light on.
Maybe
Clint.
Ron G can work on some Lord Carr stuff. We
Yes.
also
Tackle.
let's go Jenkins.
That's confirmed from Adam Schefter also.
Give
Next-
me a tackle
Yep.
or give me death. Give me a tackle or give me death. Swag in there. Anything you want as we get ready. I'm sure something else new will pop up.
We got our guy waiting in the wings, though.
Yes, we do.
Bring that fat.
Bring that fat ass over here. I want to get it in my mouth. I want to get it in my mouth. Oh, I want to suck on your fat ass. Oh,
That note there at the end.
Flip a light on, Clint.
Clint Wilson looks like he's
he didn't pay the national grid bill.
Movie going on down here.
You turn the lights off? What's up, man?
He's got the lights down
I have
low.
a feeling when he talks, he's going to have the voice.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I just need to know, can you hear me?
Funkster Jones.
Yes, we can hear you.
Are you in a
Jones,
nuclear
give me a new
bunker?
regime or death. Let's, Clint,
rear
Bullets
window.
wants to
Matt
know, are you
Nagy
paying your
fired yet?
electric bill? We can't hear you. Are you in witness protection? Do you need help?
I can hear him. You guys can't hear him?
No, I hear him. I
He
can't
sounds
see
like
him.
he's way
Hey,
off in
guys.
the distance.
I can
Somebody
hear
want
you
to pop
guys.
in?
There he is.
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Can you hear us?
Okay, how
Clint?
about now? Now can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
There you go.
Is he in his car?
Who's Sharita? I'm getting confused here.
Me too.
I was trying to tell y'all somebody want to pop in.
Oh,
Oh,
Sharice's
boy.
mom. There
That's
she
Hi.
is.
inappropriate.
Let's isolate on them.
Yeah.
There we go.
Merry
How y'all
Christmas to
doing?
you. How
I
are
was-
you?
TV on the show.
Merry
Maria, I'm not
Christmas. I
even
used
going to
to-
play the song.
You
What?
can. She probably. I want to see her.
Bring
what are you
that
trying to say,
fat
Chris?
ass over here. I want to get it in my mouth. I want to get it in my mouth. Oh, I want to suck on your fat ass. Gotta
Wow.
There we are. It's Christmas.
I've
For God's sake.
no idea what's
Cars
happening
just-
right now.
Lord Cars demanded that.
Yeah. Leave me. I have nothing to
There
do.
we go. Now we can see everybody
Except Clint.
except Clint. Clint, you got a light in that. Are you? I know
There
he's
he
in his
is.
truck. He's in his truck
Little bit.
driving across the country.
There we
Oh, I
go.
thought he was in
Huge.
like a nuclear bunker or something. I didn't
I
know
thought
what
he
was
was in
going on.
witness protection.
Fix that if I just stood up.
There you go.
There you go. We
You
got.
guys can hear
What
me.
kind of car is this?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we got you now, man.
Yeah, we got you.
Hold the phone the whole time, but it is what it is. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Finally get to see the guy Clint Wilson. He's a
Yeah.
big fan of the network. Appreciate you jumping on with us. We got Cherie's mom all the way in DC, right? You guys are.
No.
Where are you? You're up in Chicago?
Yeah. Yeah.
You ain't in the region, I'll tell you that, right?
That's right.
That doesn't exist.
What does your mom feel about that?
Mom,
the
have you ever
region?
heard of the region? No.
Don't disrespect.
I
your
have
elders,
to
Greg.
give Greg his due as you guys cut him
Yeah.
off. There is a time zone that is reflected in Chicago for the region because so many people work there going to Chicago. It's in the Chicago area. I'm not just siding with Greg because I'm his friend. I'm just keeping it
Yes, you
100.
are.
You're just trying to keep it nice.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Listen. If
You
all
wouldn't
of
know where
Indiana
Indiana is on a map. Like,
I
let's be
don't.
real. So,
Well-
no, that doesn't. No,
I don't. But if all of Indiana is on East Coast time, except for this region area, that's a fight in his
That's not
corner.
true.
What?
That's what he told me. I only could go
It
by
is
what he
true.
That's not Gary, Indiana. All of that's still Central Time. Yeah.
I know.
And
That's
they're
the
part of
region.
the region. That's the
Well,
thing.
that's
Gary
They
is in the
showed me
region.
on the
Are we really
they
doing
showed
this?
me on the map.
Let's
He
go
brought
back.
out a map.
We don't need to go on
He
this.
was like
tangent.
Dora. He was like
Michael
Dora.
Cooper
He brought.
tangents. That's
I'm
the
the
other
map. I'm the map.
Oh dear God.
Anyway.
What's going on?
What are you doing? This is the Christmas show. Be nice. Cherie's
Yes,
mom's here.
everyone be nice.
Everyone be Clint. You're a patron. Before we ask Clint, I gotta ask Cherie's mom though. You know, what's your favorite Christmas movie, Cherie?
Santa Claus Coming to Town.
The old puppet claymation one?
Yes.
Oh,
With
look
the-
at you.
With the heat miser.
No, you like that one. That's the year without a Santa Claus.
Yeah, the
That-
year without a Santa. Yeah.
I gotta correct you because that's one of my favorite
kinda
ones as well. We're step for step here. It's in my top 5.
Did you notice Cherie's face when Phil's like, I've got to correct her mom, and she's like not in front of like that face was so disappointed.
I want to make sure no one's troll is.
She doesn't even know. It's fucking year without a Santa Claus.
Nobody here is gonna know this at all. Yeah.
Greg knew the heat miser and freeze miser, so yeah, someone's gonna know. Come on, that was a great episode of Christmas and
Christmas
joyful.
special.
They don't even stream that shit. Like, put it on Netflix for the kids. It's like you only could watch it when it comes on. No one is streaming those little old, like Rudolph and Frosty and all that stuff. They just don't do it. I hate the claim. I hate the fact. What's that?
I said I think they still stream the animate, like the original version of the Grinch movie.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure they do, but that's a cartoon. The claymation ones, like Shy, north side of Chicago, he loves those claymation movies as well. So tonight, as we go through Bears talk and family, we bring in on a lot of TTNL family here. Greg, Carr, Lord Cars, Cherie and her mom, Chris Jackal. We got Clint Wilson, who's a patron. He's also a truck driver. Where are you right now? You're on the road?
No, I'm actually at the yard in Joliet, Illinois, about 26 miles from my house.
Wow.
Nice.
Joliet. I thought it was Joliet.
Joliet.
But it is the season. We'll call it
Well,
Joliet.
technically in Joliet, if you do not say it in Joliet, you can get a fine because that's how messed up that city is.
Wow. Really?
Look, I got a little bit of Southern in me. I'm like,
No, it's one of the most obscure laws I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Is that really a law?
Yeah.
I don't butcher people's names.
Yeah, Phil.
Hey, listen, I do it all the time. So
Greg's
You
mom's
just said
got a
that,
little bit
yeah.
of New York in her.
What did you say, Chris, about fucking mom? Remember you just said that a minute ago?
Huh?
So, Clint, your thoughts on the Chicago Bears situation here? Do you have a head coach in mind?
I guess we're skipping the softball questions.
Yes, we are.
All right.
Are you in a boat? What are you in?
He's in his truck. He just told you.
He's in his truck.
Yeah,
26 miles.
I place apart trying to find my mic, and I failed.
He's just not paying attention. That's all.
It just didn't look like there was a top.
Yeah, there is a top. There's a second bunk up there.
I see.
Bunk. This guy's on the road all the time, watching the shows.
Okay.
Always appreciate it. He was
Ladies
fired
first.
up. You were
Never met-
fired up after the game. Obviously, you're done with Nagy, but who do you think should take over this thing?
Well, to give you my honest opinion, I have 3 choices. One, and I know this is a long shot because he's doing pretty good in Michigan right now, Jim Harbaugh.
Yes. Number 1 choice for
I'm
me,
with
too.
you there.
My second choice would have to be, and you guys just got to talking about him, Sean Payton.
Oh, Sean Payton in a trade. He's down for that, Shayne.
Yeah, I'd give anything to have Sean Payton. And my third choice, which is also a long shot, but I have this little fantasy sometimes, but my third choice would be Mike Tomlin.
Mike
Tomlin,
Tomlin, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were
I
going to
can
talk
see
about
that.
Cherie for a minute once you
imagine
went
if Mike
fantasy.
Tomlin was interested in being the head coach for the Bears after Roethlisberger retires this year.
Hey,
Yeah.
stranger things could has
Rogers
ever
might
happened.
wear
It's the
Rogers
NFL,
might
man.
wear the Steelers uniform though.
Yeah. But
You
Steelers
think Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers or the Giants?
Fuck Aaron Rodgers.
Russell Wilson's going to the. I think Russell Wilson ends up being a Giant.
So do I. Yeah,
I think
agree.
Aaron Rodgers
I
is
do
going to be
not
setting
care
scented
what that
candles.
record says. I literally do not care what that record says. I hate the Packers with a passion. I always have. This is still a rivalry. I don't care what people say. I don't care about the PFF nerds who never just like watch tape and they care so much about their precious little stats, never leave the computers, never seen a pair of titties.
This convention here is called the Cobb Quickie.
That was glorious.
It's been one-sided for like so long. You can't just erase history like that. So, you know, the way I see it is, because it's all that they have left anyway. I mean, let's be real. If Aaron Rodgers wasn't around, the Packers wouldn't be shit. Let's just keep it 100 and just call it what it is. And I can promise you this, and I will take this to my grave. When Aaron Rodgers leaves the Packers, they are not going to have a franchise quarterback for a long time because Jordan Love is not it.
I agree there.
Yeah.
I agree. Clint Wilson bringing some pride
Never
and
seen a
passion to
pair
the
of titties.
table, Shane. Some titties. They have, we
And
should
some
put
titties.
that on a
Passion
t-shirt.
and
Yeah, we'll
titties.
get that in there. Never seen a
The
pair of
blog
titties.
boy never saw a pair of titties.
What are the whys?
They don't know why.
That could be a
Cherie's
TTNL
mom, I
slogan: passion
apologize.
and titties.
That's what I'm putting in quotes for the details in the, for
Passion and
YouTube. Clint, never seen a pair of titties, Wilson.
We got to get you
No,
some.
he's
We got to
saying
get
the
you some
blog
decals
boy.
for the
Yeah.
decals
It's
for
in
the side of your
quotes,
truck,
people.
Clint.
It's
No, I
in
agree.
quotes, motherfuckers.
No, I
It's a
agree with
good
Phil.
one.
It should say blog boys never seen a pair of titties.
All right,
That
I'll
would
put
be
that in there.
Come
Jesus
on.
That would be
Christ.
hilarious.
There you go.
Please, Jackal. Trust me when I tell you these things.
Oh,
Cherie.
Listen
Cherie's
to your
mom. Do you have a choice for coach of the Bears? We can't skip out on you.
Do you have a choice for coach of the
I
Bears?
have no. You know better.
Nope.
What about titties?
I didn't want to leave you out of this conversation. I didn't know if
She
you had.
recently learned what an interception is, so baby
All
steps
right.
with the mom.
All right.
All right.
All right. Does she have any TTNL swag, Cherie?
She has some on the way.
Oh,
And you can imagine what it is.
I.
It ain't a smartest
Only
man
guess.
shirt because there still ain't one. 2 years in.
This is like going on 7 years now.
Right, exactly.
Can we get a
You're
smart
on
as
this
man
show,
team?
Shane?
I
How
know.
high am I? I've never seen you before on this thing.
Nerd alert!
Hello from Russia.
Tape Never Lies Network. Become a patron at tapeneverlies.com like Clint Wilson traveling the U.S., right? Up and down. Do you go across the country or up and down? North, south, or do you go east, west? Or is it everything?
Well, this is my fourth company that I've been to, but the one that I started off with about a few years ago was CR England. They were the ones who, you know, brought me in, trained me, and got me started. And for about 6 months, I was over the road, and it drove me nuts after about 3 months because I was totally homesick.
So
So
do
do you
truck locally or
you're just
all the way-
local now? You
I'm
stay
regional, actually. So
the
there's
region?
a selective number of regional. So there's like a selective number of states that I go to, and I usually work about a full week, which is like 70 hours throughout an entire weekly pay cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually go home every weekend. But so there are some weeks if I want like the extra miles or whatever, I'll just stay out for like an extra week and then go back home the following week.
So that's how you found TTNL. Is that correct? You're on the road and you stumble across us. Is this how you came about?
Actually, I've been watching you guys since the old network.
Oh shit, Cherie.
Smoke weed every day.
He's been with us since the old network. That is a telling sign. You're a loyalist to Shayne and Phil.
Am I allowed to say the name of the old network on here, or is that
No. Nope.
No.
Yeah, you just named it, the old network.
That's
what it's
it.
called.
You already said it. Nope.
Yeah, we don't.
What?
Yeah, this is a safe place.
We
You
don't
just
need
say-
any of that.
You can say that's what he said. I remember when I used to work with those guys. Remember that was the
Yes.
There's hope, guys. There's hope.
Returning guests.
There's only hope with us, I hope, with the Chicago Bears analysis here. You are a patron. Do you love what we're doing here? Is that, I know you wanted to come on and celebrate Christmas with us on Keepin' It 100 tonight. Is that what you're about? Give us a little bit about the reason why you're a patron.
Well, to be honest, I actually don't know if my membership is still active because when I check my Chase account, I don't see the.
I can tell you right now, Clint.
What? Don't.
Get him off the show. Boot him from the show. God damn. What? Where's Angela?
Yeah. We're kidding.
No, we're very economical, my family.
All right,
You
let
gotta
it
have
finish,
that
man.
laugh.
Jesus.
We had to hear the laugh for cars. No, you're back on, Clint.
Go ahead,
Shayne
man.
has checked the stats.
Greg
It
shouldn't be
seems-
on here.
Yeah, right.
It's probably because that I got 2 emails and I keep logging into the wrong one because I don't remember the password to my old one, but I might be able to fix that.
Yeah, that's why. I
You got to fix that with that southern
Clint is
accent.
officially a declined patron.
Oh
according to
my God.
According to the bookkeeper.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
We need you back, Clint. We need you.
I will be back. And Shayne, thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
well,
Put it
hit
on
me up.
Front Street.
It's better than being a never was patron like your friend right below you there.
This is my email.
Mr. Bragg.
This is my email.
There he is.
Craig probably
Patron-
doesn't even know what his email address is. He's got to ask Jenny.
Yeah.
It is gbrags@aol.com if you would like to email
My
Greg.
MySpace. Come find me.
Let's put a TTNL
Clint-
sticker on the back of that trailer.
Clint, we appreciate you jumping on with us
Absolutely.
tonight. Real quick before we let you go, what's your favorite Christmas movie, Clint?
Batman Returns.
There's 3 Christmas movies that I.
Of
One
course there
is
is.
Christmas Vacation.
Yes. Number 1, or is this no order?
There's no order.
Okay. I want to
The
make
next
sure.
It's Elf.
Elf, number 2.
Oh, yeah.
No order. And
And the last one, you're probably going to hate me for this, Phil, but it's Die Hard.
oh, no wonder why you're not a
The
patron.
Nakatomi Plaza.
Die
Bravo.
Hard is a Christmas movie. You're just going to have to watch it again.
It's a wonderful life.
Wait till you try to get that credit card to go through again, Clint. We'll see how bad you are there, buddy.
He's given us 3 movies, 3 coaching candidates. Will he give us a 3rd email as a patron?
So
That
he's
will be our next
pulled the
episode.
Phil. Oh, we've got
Yeah.
2 names. I've got
I do 1AB, and
Yeah,
you've
all the
copied me
time.
now, Lord Cars.
You know how I feel about stats. Really, stats are for losers.
Hey, stats are for losers.
I'm gonna give you
Clint,
my 14 people list of
Clint,
coaching
you
candidates.
brought it.
You gotta let him
I
get back home.
appreciate
He's
you.
only 26 miles away.
And
He's
that
26 miles away. I'm sure you'll be watching the show live. Truly appreciate you. All jokes aside, we hope you come back. You know, Shayne probably didn't like the declining of the debit card, but we're gonna let you come back in the family. And we brought
get
you
it
on
figured out.
tonight.
Greg will pay for your.
Finally.
Yeah.
All right. Clint Wilson was live with us. Our last
Be
guest
safe
tonight,
on the roads, Clint.
Be
Absolutely.
safe on the roads. Is
Smartest
it
thing you've
snowing
said,
up there?
Greg.
snowing up there?
No,
Greg?
it's just truckers.
Oh.
They live a dangerous life, man.
Hell yeah, man.
People
It's,
drive like assholes.
What's
So
that, I-80, I-90 up by you guys? What is that? That cuts straight across?
Oh, 80, yeah, 80.
It's 90 or
really
80,
bad.
right?
I took 80 driving out to Colorado once, yeah.
Yo, this is Claudio the Barber. 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 Oh, this is Claudio the Barber. This is Claudio the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports, keeping it 100. Listen, it's Jesper Horsted's world, and we're just all living in it. Oh, this is Claudio the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports, keeping it 100. I see you, Sherry. I see you. It's Michael the fucking killer right here. All right?
Never mind. Take him off. I can't even understand him because of the mask. It's done. Take it off.
Yes, Claudio the Barber's missed tonight. Real quick, before we get to our next guest, that'll be the transition for me. I just, in all jokes aside, in TTNL family fashion, Claudio is his family, his daughter has been in the hospital for a few weeks. So I'm asking all of TTNL family, friends, everyone to send positive energy. It's been very difficult. What his daughter is going through is a rare thing. I'm not going to be talking about it, but I'm asking you guys to say your prayers during this holiday season for Claudio and his family and his daughter who's been in the hospital. So in all jokes aside, I love Claudio. I mean, he's such a big part of what we do here, and just a great human being. And prayers up to him. He gave me my haircut. He gave me and the boys all of our haircuts, Jackal, and it was at a discounted rate this week.
We've beaten him down to freaking regular prices, you know?
Exactly. But in all seriousness, Claudio and the whole Fernicola family from the TTNL family, please send some positivity his way. And that.
And speaking off of that too, real quick, we want to throw some positivity towards Ryan Cox and his family with Spencer. He, he's always on our minds. He's got a MRI coming up on Wednesday, and little kids like that, 2 years old. It's always a scary thing. I mean, my son was 10 and I lived it, and it's even worse when they're younger than that. So. Ryan and Aaron Cox, we love you guys. Spencer, keep it up, man. We're sitting here talking about Marvel movies and Spider-Man, and that's Spencer Cox is my superhero. So our thoughts and prayers go out to them, and send all the positivity you can down to the Cox family.
Yeah, definitely follow those. Just keep them in your thoughts. That's all we can ask. The power of positivity. Speaking of positivity, Mr. Positivity's here. Patron number 30, what? 38, but really wants 34. What? I forget what happened.
Something like that. Yeah.
There he is. Josh E is in the house tonight, Greg.
What's going on? Yeah, number 38, but 34 at heart.
Daniel Manning. You look a lot happier than the last time you were on this show. I don't know what's changed since that moment. But yeah.
I think I had the 85 Bears in the kitchen the last time I was on the show. The pressure was on.
There's hope, guys.
You definitely had Mongo lurking to basically destroy you the second the show ended. So yeah, it's
and it's been pocket aces ever since that day. So.
Well, there you go.
Bring that fat.
So how's it going? Cherie, how you doing?
What's up,
Jackal? I mean, I've met all you except Shayne in person.
I know.
And I would just have to say that everyone I met is exactly who I thought they were. I mean,
I'm even better.
Yeah, you probably are. Right?
There you
go. You're probably funnier, Shayne.
Yeah.
Shayne's a giant too, Josh.
Yeah, he's big. He's tall.
Yeah? Taller than Cars?
I'm like 6'2" and 7/8".
Oh, okay.
Cars is
I'm
tall.
6'2".
Yeah.
Cars
He's
is
gonna be
tall.
as flat as a pancake when I meet him because I'm gonna run his ass.
Oh,
over.
here it comes. Here it comes.
You get through Cherie first, and that's just not going to happen.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cherie's going to be my personal
I already
protector.
took Cherie's punch, weak ass right hook.
She'd want to embarrass you.
Now you're pissing off. Now you're pissing off Mama. Now you're pissing
Remember,
off Mama.
Cherie, when I
over there.
said you didn't, you were too
I
kind.
know. So now
we
I know I
filmed
gotta
that,
be
right? We
nice. Lay him
filmed
out
that
next
shot.
I
time.
gave free
Nice shot.
shot. She got scared.
No, she
Gave her a
was
free
being
shot.
respectful.
Scared of the region.
Did he
No
film
one
that
in the
shot?
region.
Anyway, Josh E., you're on Keeping It 100, the Christmas edition. Obviously, we've been having a lot of fun. We're not going to do the normal segments of bear up, bear down. None of that tonight. Just getting you ready for the holidays. Obviously, the Bears are going to be live Sunday at 4:15 versus the Seahawks here on the East Coast. 3:15 or 3:20 Central Time for those in the region and Chicago. I don't know who has all this.
Yeah, who's at the bar?
Who's at the bar? Is that Cherie?
Josh, you got company?
Josh, you
over?
got company?
Oh yeah,
over there?
actually, yeah. With
Oh, get him off. Get him off.
Dude,
Get him off.
what the fuck is this guy doing?
What is going on here?
I think he traveled to his mom's place. I think he said for Christmas.
Chicago right now. So
yeah.
What is
I got
going on?
it
You
in,
got to tell them to be quiet.
Tell
You
them
got
to
to
go
show
outside.
you.
Hey, keep it down over there.
Come on. Exactly.
Tell them to go
You know,
outside.
yeah, they're all. They said, "Oh, whoa!" They're all. It's my Italian side, so they're all loud.
You
and
have two
playing
sides.
poker and carousing, and I asked my stepdad what his favorite Christmas movie was, and he said The Godfather. Swear to God.
That's
Oh,
a
my
perfect
God.
environment for a fucking podcast, right in from the living room, dude. Perfect.
Yes. Yeah, keep it down over there. Okay, sorry. And they're all big fans. It's hilarious. So they'll be watching this later. So
They're big fans of the show.
yep,
Love it.
absolutely.
All right. I love it. So here we are tonight. We're asking everybody their choice for coach. Do you have one?
I would start with. Sean Payton would be number one. Tomlin. Oh, they just said Nagy's a bum. Did you hear that?
There you go.
Nice.
There we go.
There
Fire
you go.
Nagy, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's doing. That's what they said. I would definitely like Harbaugh, but here's the thing. I really like John Harbaugh, even though his last two games against, the Steelers and the Packers, he decides to go for two each time. But I really love Harbaugh, John. And, his brother, Jim, obviously would be on my list as well.
Go
And
Blue.
I know there's no way. What's that?
Go blue, she said.
Oh, go Blue, Michigan. All right. Yeah,
Yes.
go Blue.
Yes.
Not a big college fan, but, go Blue, go Notre Dame. Screw Alabama. Sorry, Shayne.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
coming on tonight, talking about the Chicago Bears. Obviously, we belabored the point of Matt Nagy, the inevitability. When will he be fired? Will the Chicago Bears make the right move and fire him before the 2-week window, guys? Let's go around the table. Anybody believe that the Bears, this will be Matt Nagy's last coached game as a Chicago Bear?
No.
Jackal.
The deadline to cut them's the 28th, so they can interview guys. So this possibly could, but I just don't see them firing them. They're not going to do it.
Cherie and her mom.
What do you think, Mom? You think Nagy gonna get fired before the 28th? Yeah. So my mom says yes.
She just
She
said,
says
Matt
yes.
Nagy."
She also
Says
doesn't
yes.
follow the bear. Well,
Shayne, do you
No.
believe? No. Josh E., do you believe
Nope,
in magic?
no way. He's got 9 lives. No way. I don't know how, but he's got 9 lives.
he got picked.
All of us agree, right? He should be, and they should take advantage of that opportunity, right? Everybody agrees
Well, I
that
think they still can. I think that they've probably taken advantage of back channels and reached out that way. That's the that's the true Chicago Bear way. I think that they'll take advantage of that, but I don't think that they're gonna. If they were gonna take advantage of that situation, I think that they would have just launched him on Thanksgiving, like was the rumor. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
well, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I believe they should do it. They should.
Oh, they should. I agree. Will they? No. This is the Bears we're talking about.
Yeah.
Matt's
All of
gonna
us
get his
agree.
Last win at home against the Giants, though club dub for no reason at all.
Oh my
And
God!
then that'll be-
Will they over a 10-9 victory?
Will
right?
they club dub after the Giants?
1,000%.
6-3.
Oh
Glennon
my!
comes
That's
in.
why I want Jim Harbaugh so bad. Like, and obviously he looked good beating Ohio State. But just his pedigree in general obviously would be the first reasons. But just to have a guy in here that for sure will never club dub over dumb shit. Like, I'm so over that.
Oh
it was fun in 2018, and I just it makes me sick to my stomach now when they do it.
Right.
Sick to my stomach.
Oh,
That's how bad they beat me down to a pulp.
But Phil, Josh was coming on for a reason, and you had talked about Claudio, and I brought up Ryan Cox and his family and Spencer and this situation. But Josh, you've had a busy few days traveling.
Yep.
Everybody knows Cam Beige and that situation. So I guess
I just want to talk.
Maybe there's some
about-
people out there that don't know the situation. Let them know the
Sure.
situation and kind of how it
Okay, so
unfolded and where it stands.
yeah. So first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody that has their thoughts and prayers, positivity, and the donations to Cam and his wife Raven. They were in a tough spot, as you know, and I talked with her today. And he's not out of the woods, and he's still unconscious. But they're moving to a trach vent, which is actually a little bit closer to him getting out of the woods. So tomorrow morning is going to be a big day for him and his wife. So I just want everybody, continue their thoughts and prayers, all the positivity you can. And for all those that have, donated and, their emails, I just can't thank you enough. This is a true TTNL family, and everybody has been, coming together for Cam, and it's, it's been ongoing. It was Spencer Strong, then it was Riley Strong, now Claudio. It's just family is always there to support each and every one of us, and I just want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. I know Cam and Raven. If Cam was awake, I know he would just be touched by the true, the spirit of the network is, I guess I would call it. And I just want to thank everyone involved. You guys are just tremendous. I'm glad and I'm so proud to call myself part of this family, the TTNL family. And we truly are family. And that's Cameron's quote right there, TTNL is family. And I'll just leave it there. We raised with Jackal, thank you, sir, over $5,100 now, $5,100. Unbelievable. And so
That's great.
Just wanted to talk a little
Why
bit
does
about
Jackal
Cam and
always
just
get
keep
the
it coming.
credit, not TTNL? Don't give Jackal shit. He didn't do shit.
Who he created it? I thought.
All he did was set it up. It's
So
the
then,
brand of
that's,
family.
then that's Jackal. That's kind of how that works. Yeah.
Hey,
I
this
gave
show
Phil
is
my
called
phone,
Keeping It
and
100.
he did it.
Exactly. Keeping It 100. Jackal don't do shit. But he did step up, Jeff, last week. I got to tell you, he did a great job on the show last week. In all seriousness, you always have to bring humor into the equation in life. And I talked to Claudio, and he's going through it, man. I mean, I can't even imagine being in his shoes, but knowing the guy, it's Claudio the barber.
Yo, Claudio.
He still has that wit And he's like, tell Shayne, don't fucking bust my balls while I'm not there.
I've been good. I've been good.
Claudio's in full I'm trying to lose weight mode. And really, honestly, as Josh said, this is a family here. You got the Screamer. What's that? Grandpa Scream? Who is this?
The new Scream comes out soon. Right?
It's coming out.
Yes, this is very topical.
That's your ex-wife, Josh? She's back?
Yes. I keep her in the closet. I just got her out. Bring out the gimp.
Thanks
Go back
for
to your
coming
hole.
on. The Screamer is coming out. Speaking of movies, Josh, what is your favorite Christmas movie, Josh? Or
Christmas
three?
Story. It's Christmas Story,
Well,
Elf,
Christmas
A Wonderful
Story.
Life. But here's what
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to do. I know they play A Christmas Story 24 hours a day on Christmas, but how about on Thanksgiving? I think some networks should play Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a big fan of that movie. That was a great
For Thanksgiving,
movie.
they should play it 24 hours a day, just like they do A Christmas Story. That's my 2 cents on that.
Elm Tepipa. Can you say that name, Greg?
Elmi Tepipa.
Elma Titipa.
How can I find that?
Elm Tepipa. Elm Tepipa.
Send a DM
Send
on
DM
the Patreon app.
Send it to Shayne on the Patreon app. A DM.
It'll just go to send it to TTNL. I'll get it.
And Shayne will get it, and you'll get
Nobody else, though. Everybody else can go fuck themselves.
yes. Only Elm Tepipa. Don't give Logan Frost shit. Don't give him his patron number. He's got like 7 identities. I think he's in the CIA.
I
Gotta
think he
watch
did
this
some shit
guy.
for our government, and you may need to be careful.
Logan
what you say.
Frost. I gotta watch myself what I say about Logan, right,
fucking
Dad?
That's born identity.
No, your audio is terrible, Phil.
Phil, can you hear me? This is your dad speaking. Can you hear me? I'm in space. I'm in space. Listen.
There you go. You got to cut it down a little bit. Just whoever made that, is it
That was
Alex?
so funny.
Cut it down like Phil. It's your dad. That's the best part.
Dad speaking.
wait
That was
too
hilarious.
long.
And Phil, you
Yes.
gave me a bottle of whiskey, and at the
Yes.
tailgate, and you said it was Chris Zorch. You're like, Joshy, pass this around. And then I was like, and you walked away, and then I'm sitting there. I go, did he want me to open it or just pass this around? And I wasn't sure, and you had walked off, so I gave it to Braggs, and he opened it and took a huge swig.
Of
course
course.
he did.
Of course.
Of course
What
he
do you
did.
fucking think he's
Free
doing?
fucking booze.
You told me to do it, so I told
That's
you
right.
to do it.
Hey,
It was
you
awesome.
told me to do it.
My mom's
Can
getting
you
ready
get
to
that
leave. She wants
isolated?
to say bye.
Bye,
All right.
everybody. Thank
See
you.
you later. Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas
Merry
in
Christmas to
Chicago.
you all.
You want to tell Jackal to go fuck himself?
No.
Thank you,
Come
miss.
on.
Bye, Mama Lady.
It's very therapeutic.
Hey,
All right.
all I
bye.
need from you is a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Same to you.
There you go. You're
All
so we love you and your daughter, and
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you guys jumping on the show tonight, the Christmas show. With
Yeah.
Joshy and Logan, who could be anybody. We don't know. He could be a catfish.
All right.
Anyway,
Y'all have a good one.
you have a great Christmas.
See you later.
God bless. And I also love the year without a Santa Claus. Greg, can you sing that song?
No, I
I'm Mr. He Miser. I'm Mr. Sun. I'm Mr.
Claymation.
I'm Mr. 101. Come on, Greg. Anyway, we got another guy, right, Shayne?
We do, but so Josh, was there any
Josh.
other updates on Cam or anything else?
Well, there was another. I guess, another thing is that, he's again, like I said, he's not out of the woods. What we wanted to do is just make sure that Cam and his wife were taken care of and everything was going in there, and that the funds of me getting out there and all that would we would deal with that later. So I've asked a couple of the patrons to see if they could help me out a little bit from things that I put out there, because I just jumped the car and just went out there as fast as I could, just because at that time I could tell that she needed help and she needed somebody to be there. because she's not able to, get to and from the hospital. So it's a really challenging time. So I guess that's something that, I put it all out out of pocket. And
she just doesn't have she doesn't have a car. She just can't drive.
Yeah, she can't. Yeah, she's unable to. For health reasons, unable to drive.
Right.
So an Uber is like $80, and it's really even hard to find an Uber out there because it's outside of like Tyler, Texas. So, which isn't large to begin with. But yeah, so it's about an hour drive each way. But she's back at home now, but she's going to spend all Christmas Eve and day, and hopefully he'll be up and alert and coming out of the and so he'll be able to start. Hopefully next week he'll be walking, and that'll be a good sign. And he'll be obviously talking before then. Hopefully later this weekend he'll be talking.
Wow.
So, and then we can have hopefully get him on the show for a little bit. And
tomorrow.
Yeah, big
great.
morning. They're gonna do the trach
surgery tomorrow, right?
The trach vents.
Permanent, yeah.
Yeah, and it's they're not even taking him in the operating room. I guess they're doing it in the intensive care room. So it's not like very invasive. So it's and it's the next step for him moving on to the next. Right, for Claudio,
Cam.
for Cam, for Spencer, and always continue for Riley, and just the whole.
Absolutely.
Those four, let's.
You're
just
a great
put
human
everything on
being,
them,
Josh.
everything on them.
We appreciate you going the extra mile, just taking it upon yourself to get up, go out there, and help somebody in need. And despite everything you have going on in your life, you just picked up and went out there, and that says
I was
a
in the
lot about
position
you.
to go out there. I was in the position to go, and it's most people, and it's sad to say, need help, won't ask for help. And so if I can find, or when I'm driving around, I pay attention. I look for things, and whenever I see somebody in need, but it's hard to find people because they're rarely willing to ask for help. And I'm working on something that it makes it easier for that. And, I'll get to that someday later. But that's, how I feel and how I live.
We appreciate you.
Gratitude reciprocates. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, absolutely. We appreciate you jumping on here and being a part of this show and this network. I've had the pleasure of meeting you and seeing you're in a kind of a transition in your life.
Yep.
And
in a great spot.
You're in a great spot. That's what we want to hear. I'm so happy you took it upon yourself to go over there and do that. I know you and the Hundo crew are always trying to do something positive based on this show. Greg hasn't fucking even become a patron, and patrons all over the world are going and trying to help out in every asset. And Greg continues to be that Scrooge. He does. No, we love Greg. I'm just kidding. We're having a little fun here on the holiday special. We got another guest,
Santa.
Mike V.
Listeners
Mike
donating as we speak. Good job,
Mike
people.
V.
Yeah, what up, y'all? What's good, crew?
What up,
There it
kid?
is.
Another
Mike?
one of our
What's going on?
patrons. I don't know
Yes,
how
sir.
Clint snuck behind the doors. Greg let him behind.
Mike's in his. What are you in your little Bears
Mike's
room?
in
man.
Bear
This is
Den.
my office right here, so yeah, a
Nice.
little bit of Bears going on here.
Tommy Harris.
Tommy Harris.
Yes, sir.
He's
would've
been
never
dodging
got
our
hurt.
show, right?
Yeah, if he would have never got hurt, man, he was a.
Yeah.
I would have
Yeah.
loved to have seen him and Mike Brown in that Super Bowl. I'll tell you that.
We've had Tommy
We
Harris.
would have won that Super Bowl.
We've had Tommy Harris lined up on the show 4 times. Somehow, he's the anti-Clint. He can't find his way on the show. So hopefully one day we get Tommy Harris on the show. But how did you find us, Mike V?
Man, first of all, thanks for having me on, fellas. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. They're always giving me love, so peace, love. Yeah, man.
I'm a
So
big fan of you, Mike. You're always in the chat, hyping up the chat. I've never.
Hey,
Cars can't even type hype. I don't know how you do it. You got to teach somebody how to do that because you're always bringing it in the chat.
Hey, man, I'm just feeding off all of the energy from y'all, man. It's just great stuff, man. I love it.
Well, we appreciate you. But again, how did you – I'm sorry I cut you off, but how did you find us? How did you find it?
Probably about a year and a half ago, you guys were breaking down some tape. It was you on the other network. And I could – and when you guys started up again, I couldn't find you and kept looking, and I found you, and I was like, okay, that's it. I'm done. I won't go back to the other network.
There you go. That's what I like. You pulled an Angelo. We're like, fuck this. Gary Williams, you were like, there's hope. And that's what it is. I mean, I'm glad you're a part of this because in all seriousness, you always are there, even on Patreon, X's with the O's. We always have Mike V chiming in and just I play off energy. That's why Tevin Jenkins' energy was so important. When I look back on that shitty season, I'll always remember the Vikings game because it was that moment where Tevin was doing something different than everybody else on the football team has done in the last 4 years under this fucking blog boy coach we got, the shoe salesman. You know all the nicknames I've come up with this fucking clown. Sir. I cannot wait to put on my new kicks from Edwin Lopez when he's finally fired and do my crip walk for Nagy out of town. I'm going to film the whole fucking thing. And I know you're as fired up. This is a moment, though, right now. I got to pause here. It is the moment in the show where Cars reminds all adults, move your fucking elf tonight. Don't forget. And also fuck Ted Phillips in the promo here. Just move your elf on the shelf. Jackal's running out of his room to go do it. Everybody go move your elf, but keep the show going. Mike V.
Yo.
You have a choice for coach.
I'm going with Harbaugh.
Yes. John, like Josh? Who?
Jim Harbaugh.
Thank you. Go blue. Go
yeah.
blue, Sharice.
I'm going Jim Harbaugh all the way. I'm putting all my chips in.
Oh, my God. Imagine what Jim Harbaugh would do with this guy right here. Imagine what he would do with that guy going counter, just power, trap, action game off of it with Justin going down the seams. How much does Harbaugh love those big tight ends rumbling over and then coming a drag underneath, a late delay, all of this stuff that, oh my God, I get so excited when coaches understand how to use the run game and action off of it. We all know how good David Montgomery is here. I'm with you. That's my number one choice. I don't give a fuck what it costs. $20 million a year. Sean Payton, great. Jim
20.
Harbaugh,
20.
200 times better than Sean Payton in my book. I'm a big Jim Harbaugh fan. I think that fire and passion is important, but Sean does have that. Sean is there. I just don't want to give up draft capital. What do you think about the Sean Payton stuff?
I mean, I like it. I agree with Shayne when it comes to this. But one reason is that I know that if we were able to get Sean Payton, then we're gonna also get additional players. Like players are gonna want to come play for him, right?
That's a great point.
And then I mean he's gonna instantly upgrade your offense.
We won't get Michael Thomas, but everybody else.
No. But I mean, instantly your offense is upgraded just because you got him. You know, you don't even need to add anybody, and your offense is going to be upgraded.
Great point. He's going to bring in free agents, and like that troll was saying, Shayne, that says it can't happen. Well, it can happen. No one thought we were going to leave the old network. We did. The old network said, you ain't going to do shit. You ain't Netflix.
If Kevin James can play Sean Payton in a movie, anything is possible.
That's right.
Kevin James is playing Sean Payton in a movie?
Yeah, they're doing
from King of Queens, Kevin James?
Yes.
My boy from King of Queens is playing Sean Payton.
The guy that played Shazam is the quarterback, right?
Yeah, and it's based on a true story. They have the Kurt Warner movie, and then there's a Sean Payton movie, and it's based on when
Sean Payton movie.
Yes,
and
the movie's based on
no Walter Payton movie yet.
No, it's based on when
Fuck.
Sean Payton was suspended and coached a high school team.
Oh.
And Kevin James
Mr.
plays
Coach.
Sean Payton. And the reason, I guess, is because Adam Sandler has some family relation to Sean Payton. So that's why they...
Anything Adam Sandler does, I mean, you get it. Have you ever heard Adam Sandler's phone wallet keys?
Yeah.
Anybody have heard that?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Michael Cooper movie, Brett?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. It's
Hanging
nothing-
with Mr.
it's called-
Cooper?
It's called Nothing But Net. That's what it's called. That's what it's fucking called. Jesus.
Nothing but net.
This guy, Michael Cooper, is for another off-season show where I promise you we'll get into the discussion and what have you. But anyway, basketball is not my thing anyway. Football is king. And I said that back in first grade, and it wasn't the number one sport back in 1978 or 9, whatever the fuck it was. And now look where football is. I couldn't believe
All because you made that comment. Thank
all
you.
because of it. I fucking changed the course of history. If you go back in one of those fucking time machines, what is it called? The car
machine.
What's the car?
The DeLorean.
Thank you, Greg. You're the first one. You get a Steven Johnson t-shirt. Hit that end broadcast. It just says end broadcast on it. But you do win it. Yes, the DeLorean. You would see me change the court. Anyway, Mike V.
Yo.
Where are you from, Mike?
New Haven, Connecticut.
Right. And he was up in town, and
Yes,
I
sir.
was sick as a fucking dog, and I wanted to go out. And did you end up going for pizza at Modern?
No, I didn't get Modern this time. I've had it 1,000 times though.
Oh,
so
you've
I know
had it.
exactly what. Oh yeah, I mean I'm from New Haven, right? So I've been all over the place. I like to stop at SDS. It's a small pizza place right on Chapel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I love
What's
it.
the name of it? Because I've never been there.
EST.
EST, the Admiculous One. I'm the greatest man. You remember that song? Anyway, that's these guys. Maybe Cherie would know that old school hip hop, but yes, EST. I'll check it out. I'm gonna take the wife there. EST.
Yeah, there's so many places though. It's EST.
Now, Greg
SDS.
brags. We took Greg out to New Haven Pizza, Mike. Greg, you haven't been on the show, but was the hype real?
The hype was definitely real.
He was just
You could
happy
just
he ate
feel
for free,
the
the cheap
pizza.
motherfucker.
The what?
Wait, Phil or Shane?
He was
Or
just
Phil or
happy he
Greg?
ate for free.
Yeah.
Greg's response in that moment.
Free
was like,
pizza is the best.
This
tasting
motherfucker. And then he goes, add my fucking large.
Can I get one more large to go?
Yeah, fuck. But I ended up having to pay for that. That was really rude of you, Shane. No,
Greg's like, what is this guy
No, the
doing?
hype was real. Going out there, just the pizza energy when you get out on that main strip. All these different joints out there. It was like, I mean, anybody, you're American, you love pizza. It doesn't matter what city you're from, but certainly it seems like it's the pizza capital of the world. I mean, Chicago definitely has some great pizzas that I love. I get all the time, Aurelio's and things of that nature around here, but definitely lived up to the hype.
I had New York pizza about 4 days before I had New Haven pizza, and New Haven pizza was bar none the best.
It's an amazing thing. I haven't been since Greg was there. Then we went over to Zanelli's and we had a dessert pizza with Nutella.
That was
fire. Greg hates Nutella, right?
I don't hate it. I'm just not as much
You
of a
were like-
chocolate
He was
fiend like Jenny is.
I don't know.
Then I had
Jenny.
two pieces.
You should have seen him. He fucking took another piece on the sneak.
Pushing Jenny out of
No,
the
it
way.
was good because it was Nutella and they cooked it.
You know,
They
he
cooked
did
the
have the
pizza.
manners, Shane. He was like, "Does anybody want this?"
Yeah, we let the last piece sit there for a solid 15, and then I was like,
He
I'm
was
just sitting there like,
eyeballing
enough's
it like
enough.
fucking Doug
There's
from King of
starving
Queens.
kids in third world country. I got to eat this just out of respect. Like, come on.
Yeah,
And no, it had strawberries on it, and it was cooked just like the pizzas are. So it had like a crunch. It was fire. It was really the whole experience that day, from Phil's football. They had the
remove Jackal for a bad comment.
Get Jackal out of there.
He did say, "Who cares?" After you were talking about me, that offends me.
Get him. Don't let him back on the rest of the show for that kind of a violation. But no,
look at Cars is quiet. He's being polite.
No, it was.
It's like, when is this fucking
awesome.
show
From
gonna end?
Pizza to the football, everything. Or actually, that was the day before. But regardless,
we had a great time.
That whole
with
weekend
you.
was a lot of fun. We jammed as much as we could in.
We will talk about it during the shout outs. We'll let Cars, if he has to go. I don't want to keep. Do you have to go, Cars? Stephanie is calling.
Presents to wrap for me.
Presents, Pequods. What?
Nerd alert!
No, I'm good. I got a couple of sick kids, but no, we're good otherwise.
We're okay. I don't want to keep
let's
anybody.
Keep them on for another 3 hours.
No, we're not going 3 more hours.
Come on.
A little bit more here. And you found us at the old network. Your new coach, Jimmy Harbaugh, me, you, and Cherie. I don't know what Josh is talking about.
I'm a
John
Harbaugh
Harbaugh
guy too.
You're a big Harbaugh guy too. There you go. There's 4 of us now. Cars, are you in the Harbaugh camp?
No, because he's kind of burned out the front office, and there's been multiple reports of the problems he's had at Michigan too, and players were even kind of revolting at the end of his San Francisco time. So ideally, I'd like to find the guy that's going to be here for the next decade, and Harbaugh just doesn't, one way or another, either. He's one of those guys whose fire burns so strong that I think he ends up burning a lot of bridges along the way. So that's my biggest concern with him.
My pushback to you would be, we've had a fire that's been out for fucking 101 years. So could we get some fire and passion? I mean, that's exactly what we need. Wouldn't you say that?
No, I think we need a well-run I don't mean this insultingly, even though it's going to come across this way, but it's like we have this kind of overall stance, like we need a guy who yells, we need to run, and we need to play defense. And realistically, no, we just need smart people in the room that are going to do the right thing. So like a fire can just simply be someone who's so dedicated to winning and that's going to figure that out, right? So I don't look at it like, and if the team continues to stay constructed the way that it is, like there's no way that's going to be good. Like if Ted Phillips stays in there, they're going to burn, and that's the whole thing.
He's the best remedy to Ted, because he's going to tell Ted to go fuck himself. And he's the only one that's going to do it. That's why I think
that's why he won't get hired.
Well, have you been impressed with how Harbaugh has kind of stayed the course? Because I didn't think it would get to this level with Michigan. Michigan to me is like the Big Ten version of Notre Dame, a team in the Midwest that's solid, but will never have a chance at winning a national championship. Overrated. Yeah. But now this year, it seems like they're peaking. And how many years has he been there now? Do you think that has he surprised you at all with how they've kind of climbed the ladder and the flame hasn't burnt out there? Or is he such a big personality and name there that it's impossible for Michigan to do better?
Well, I look at, it was last year or it was in between this year and last year, like all the reports were the
Jeff
AD
is giving up on you, Cars. I'm just letting you know your number one fan has left you.
Okay, that's fine. They came out with multiple reports, like they couldn't get a hold of him, and nobody in the athletic department was really trying to talk to him, right? Like there were multiple reports that like people are just tired of him, and he took the pay cut because he couldn't. It's not just that he couldn't beat Ohio State, right? Like he couldn't consistently beat Michigan State. He couldn't consistently beat Penn State. He's got 50.
Well, he got a punt blocked. Or they go to the the playoffs. Remember this game against Michigan State? If that punt gets out, they win. So you got to look at it in context. This guy is an amazing teacher.
can I finish maybe, or are we gonna
I just
keep
think
going?
you're
like-
going down a long road to nothing. I'm serious. I don't understand. I'm like baffled. I thought he would definitely be in your top 5. This could be a whole show of me and you going back and forth on this.
Well,
So
it'd be like this. I wouldn't be able to go back. You would just.
I'm saying,
Phil,
that's not true. He's beaten Michigan State. They beat him this year. And
yeah, but what's his record overall against Michigan State and Penn State? He's 50-50. Like he is not won consecutively. The whole issue with him is, again, look at what happened at San Fran. Look at what happens at Michigan. People don't like him. Read again about what happened at the end of San Francisco. He'll be here 3 to 4 years. He'll piss off a whole lot of people, and then he'll be gone. I
don't.
Well, let me ask you this one more question for me for Cars. What do you think, or anybody can take it, but I'll start with you, Cars. What do you think is the better chance of him? Because I think leaving is a long shot for him, Tomlin, or Peyton. They're like pipe dream types of ideas for
Sean Payton.
But with Harbaugh specifically, what do you think is the better chance for him to leave Michigan? If he loses right away in this playoff coming up for college football, or if he were to win the national championship?
I think he would be more akin to make it to leave if he lost. I think if he won, he could parlay that into more.
I agree. If he goes out and gets fucking boat raced, then shit.
It'll be like Brian Kelly, right? Every year, like, oh, is this the year that Brian Kelly puts it together? The NFL's knocking on his door, and then he chokes out.
Here's some statistics from Christopher Jackal. 668 winning percentage in the NFL, 5th all time. 625 winning percentage in the playoffs. Has won more games than 80% or current NFL coaches. Went to 3 straight conference championships, 4-0 against the Packers, all 4 with Rodgers. 6 out of the last 8 winning Super Bowl coaches were on their 2nd NFL head coaching job. These things matter, but the eyeball test for me matter. I think you're wrong. I don't agree with you at all. I think he's maniacal, and he knows what a fucking organization needs to do, and was fighting with San Francisco because they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to win, and they had to fire and change that. They were in the situation where we were with Mike Singletary and all that drama, right? Going down the roads after Walsh. So this is a guy, I believe, former Chicago Bear. He's on the record of his dream job. I respect Cards a lot.
When a franchise is ready to get rid of a player or a coach, that you get a lot of stuff put out to the media to, make the narrative one way or the other.
Wasn't Greg Roman his OC? I think Bullets is saying
he was, and then Vic was.
Harbaugh certainly.
And he understands. Listen, when we had Doug
said he ate
Cheerios
with Gatorade.
Farrar on, when we had Doug Farrar on.
Ferrari.
I said it, Farrar. So we had Doug Farrar on, and what did he say? He said, Matt Nagy never has designed anything to help Justin Fields. I'm not even worrying about that with Jim Harbaugh. Those are the things I want to see. And listen, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, it's a dream. I've wanted this dream to come true for a long time. Cars, your number one guy, though. Who is it? Who do you believe in? That's my thing. Mine is Harbaugh, so who's yours?
There really isn't one that I truly believe in right now, because every one of these guys has their flaws. The guy that I kind of would like to see get more of a chance would be McDaniels, just for what he does offensively and game planning.
McDaniels?
Yeah, he's the one.
I love that guy. He's in my top 5.
And the other one that I'm kind of intrigued by is going to be Todd Bowles and what he's doing down in Tampa. My biggest concern is offensively what that means, but I think that guy is done
Bill
enough.
O'Brien and Todd Bowles. That's
Bill O'Brien. No fucking way.
He's their OC, I'm saying. If Todd Bowles comes here, he brings.
They don't want him as OC at fucking Alabama anymore.
Yeah.
Anybody here big on
Mike V? Are you with me or Cars?
I'm with you.
There you go.
Anybody here big on Kellen Moore?
I'm just joking.
Not me more.
No, he's not a leader of men. We're not. going to somebody to X and O us to death.
Well, I
You
think
have
that's
to
the
stand
thing.
out there.
People look at, big flashy plays in Dallas and
exactly
shit like that, and they're like, oh, that's like people when they were falling in love with Dayball and shit like that.
Farrar is in love with Dayball. I was waiting for you to respond.
I was
Here
like
we go.
mesmerized. I'm like,
I was mesmerized by
he
a
picked
few
like
things.
the 3 fucking guys I want nothing to do with.
Well, I know Kellen Moore's got a
He
lot to
did.
work with talent wise in Dallas, but I just following them because of
and I
having
think
He's
their
a
running
game
backs.
planner, Greg.
Yeah,
think
that's
he
what I
has a
like about him
good-
when I watch their games because I have their running
He's a
backs. in
great
fantasy.
offensive coordinator.
He takes what every game that whoever they're playing, if they're good at stopping the run, they pass. If they're not good at stopping the run, then they run the piss out of it. Like he doesn't. I
he's
like
a
how he
good
adjusts
offensive
game to game.
coordinator. He's not a head coach yet. We can't give the charter franchise a guy that's learning how to be.
And
a
I
head
don't think
coach.
there's much of a chance of. I think Jerry will open up the coffers to keep him in Dallas because I know Mike McCarthy is.
Well, they can't block
elevated
it
his stock there. No. I know, but
Yeah.
he's got to also got to want to go someplace.
Right, exactly.
If you have
Does
a guy,
he want to be a? Remember they did this with Lane Kiffin, the Raiders.
Well,
they
that's
gave him
the
a
same
head
thing.
coach.
I mean, Josh McDaniels was in Indy for what 24 hours, and then
what happened
back in
with
New
that? I
England.
forget what that happened. He decided
wanna go
against it.
there, yeah.
He was taking the job, right, Shane? Josh?
Yeah, he had hired fucking Eberflus, right?
Exactly. I couldn't pronounce that name if I tried.
Eberflus is
but
another guy though that I think should get some look and will this year as well for what he's done in Indy. He's done some. Yeah, he's another guy that I think going to get a lot of good run this year.
Yeah.
Again, before you read the blog or any of these people, you got to recognize the person. These guys just throw out guys that are offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. Are they leader? Are they head coaches? That's the question. That's where the Olin Kreutzes of the world are the ones that vet that out. They vet that because they've been a player in the league. They understand what it takes. Is your message going to come across, or are you going to throw a corporate slogan out there? That's the question.
My take on Harbaugh, I'm definitely intrigued by Harbaugh coming here. I mean, there's not going to be compensation for them to give up. I think it's important to have a guy that really wants to be here and knows the Bears. And I'm sure he knows, like Phil said, knows, where a lot of the demons are hiding. And I just think Cars has a point where he can, wear some people out, but I also don't think that that's a bad thing. San Francisco regressed after he left.
Oh, big time.
Went in their different direction. I just think that the Bears, listen, when you get dragged as bad as you've been dragged, they got dragged after the season, and then everything got elevated when they got Justin Fields. And in true Chicago Bears fashion, they shit down their legs immediately. Well, then the next thing for them to put out there is the impending purchase agreement moving to Arlington Heights coming up. It's looking like probably March or April towards the end. 2022 could potentially move into 2023, I guess, but they're going to get it done. This is what I'm saying. This is where the Bears are. George McCaskey especially is desperate. That's why, to me, I really believe in a guy like Albert Breer when he's putting shit out there repeatedly. It's almost like
he's Shane. It'll never.
Yeah, well, it's almost like Albert is saying, I'm trying to fucking tell you, but I'm not making it official, because a guy like Sean Payton is going to bring instant credibility to the franchise. I think Jim Harbaugh does the same type of thing. He's powerful enough and divisive enough as a figure, as a leader, as a head coach to bring credibility to that position. That's where I don't think that the Bears can go out and hire a guy like, I'm interested in Todd Bowles. Absolutely. I like Todd Bowles. I don't think he brings that instant credibility.
No, he does not.
I don't even Josh McDaniels is another guy. I think Josh is probably a guy that's maniacal. I question leadership there. I've had a couple of conversations, via DM with people that are big McDaniels fans, and I think it's completely healthy to question leadership with Josh because I understand his offenses, and Cars and I have talked about this. When I see New England, I always see Tom Brady and Bill Belichick sitting in Belichick's office saying, "This is exactly what I want to do. This is how I want to go into this game. This is what I want to do." I didn't see Josh in there. Yes, he's a part of it, but I think Bill Belichick it was a much bigger part of it, and I think Tom Brady was an even bigger part of it there. He's interesting. I just think that the Bears are desperate enough to be like, we gotta fucking go get a proven guy that brings instant credibility. And to me, I don't think that Jim Harbaugh is realistic because I don't think he's leaving Michigan. I really don't. I don't think I just can't see Pittsburgh moving on from Tomlin. To me,
They almost did last year or the year before.
But to me, it's going to cost you a lot in compensation. To me, the most realistic option that's a big move to me is Sean Payton.
And to your point, Shane, about desperation, I mean, look at last year when Payson, McCaskey, and even Nagy, if you want to say the collaboration crew, how desperate they were to fix the quarterback position.
Impressed with how well they collaborate. They point to the ability to overcome adversity, the need to adapt to challenges, the need to have a collaborative working environment.
And you're going to hear this word a lot today because it's true, is collaboration. The collaboration that Matt and I have.
What we've done in the past couple of years together, there's conviction and there's collaboration to dig in and reflect and say why.
When you can collaborate. I think it's the way they collaborate. We think that their collaboration will result in the right decisions. The leadership, the collaboration, the adaptability, again, the collaboration.
It's the collaborative relationship that Matt and I have.
So when you look at the whole product and the collaboration,
it's a collaborative effort.
Again, I've told you about the collaboration and nothing's changed there. So it's been a great collaboration.
I know we keep on using the word collaborative, but it's so real.
There you go.
Wouldn't you love to be in the meeting before that press conference where it's very obvious that who's the PR guy? Is it still like Scott Hagel or whatever the fuck his name is, Bragg?
No, his name's Brendan
Faber?
Faber. Yeah.
Okay.
Faber. Do us all a favor. Quit.
Yeah, can you imagine the collaboration before that presser where this is what we're gonna keep pushing out there? This collaboration, the why we're not, the whys and the Harvard business school blurb that we shared on here, and it's just to me, Braggs is 100% right.
But my point, Shane,
they were desperate at quarterback,
right? And they were ready to give up the farm.
Now they're
Russell
Wilson.
So
now
if they think it's head coach now, they'll do the same thing.
They're gonna pay to get Harbaugh. So if that's the guy and the suit that collaborates is what Shane's talking about.
But Phil, I'm not
right
sure.
there is a showcase of stupidity beyond.
Like Greg Gabriel talked about it, and he's there, and he came out and said he's like, Jim Harbaugh will never be the head coach of the Chicago Bears, and I'm just saying that
I don't agree with Greg.
No. I'm just saying you have to take things like that into consideration.
Well, he said a lot of things, and they haven't been true. And I like Greg, but Jim Harbaugh's dream job is this.
All right, let me ask you this, Phil. If everybody was free and clear, and you could have Jim Harbaugh or you could have Sean Payton, the head coach.
Jim Harbaugh.
I'd take Harbaugh.
No doubt. Not even all day, twice on Sundays, because I know Jim Harbaugh He's not.
There's probably less risk with Sean Payton, but man, I'm so sick of this lovey-dovey, soft-ass bullshit. And I'm not saying Sean.
But what
is
about the
any of
development
that,
of the
but
quarterback?
Jim
I mean,
Harbaugh,
look
the
at what he
former
did with
quarterback.
Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick.
Exactly.
I think that's deserved to be seen on his resume.
I
And
will
he's also
die
a
on that
quarterback
hill.
himself.
N-word.
But
I
the
will.
Michigan quarterbacks don't bother you at all.
Well, that's a
Well,
recruiting
That's
thing.
exactly.
Where in
You're
college,
you're at fucking Michigan.
Yeah,
that's
they
you're
haven't
getting,
recruited.
You're getting like
His
you're not
quarterback
the
right
SEC,
now is playing
so
pretty
you
good
get everybody. The SEC gets all the first ones, then USC and Texas get the next ones.
Do you see my point though about the Bears are, like you said,
Sean, are you upset about Bounty Gate and all of these other things that Sean Payton has been a part of? All of those cryptic, cheap shot. You saw it when Jimmy Graham was taking shots at the leg when the Saints were in town. Then you see the DBs fighting. You know, everybody remembers, Trevon Wims and Anthony Miller getting suckered into fighting again against
Saints
that
were
dude.
going at knees last
Exactly.
week.
So Jim Harbaugh is so much better of a football leader and coach.
I just don't
than
think
Sean
he's
in
leaving.
my
I
mind.
just don't think
Yeah,
he's leaving.
I get it. I pray. I don't know. I really think
I'm not
Cars
against him
is
being
right.
the head
If
coach
he
of the
was to
Chicago
leave,
Bears.
it would literally be just for. I don't see him going anywhere else but the Bears.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a coach in the NFL. If he's leaving to coach in the NFL, I think it's going to be Chicago. My overriding theme is what Greg was talking. At one point, the Bears agreed to terms to trade for Russell Wilson for 3 first-round picks plus
players.
because
Oh
they were fucking desperate. Okay, and at the time, we were all signing off on it because we were desperate as fans. We were all excited about it. The Bears are at that point, and the compensation package for a guy like Sean Payton in a trade isn't going to be that. I don't know.
What do you think it would be, guys?
2 second rounders, a second and a third.
It's gonna
It'd be 2 to 3 picks this year.
2 to 3, you think?
Yeah.
This season?
Yep.
Definitely the second round pick.
New Orleans is $60 million over the cap.
That's what I'm saying. They
need to
want
get cheap quick.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We're going to be covering it all, including this Sunday right after Bears Seattle. Shayne, myself.
I have a question.
Yes, we'll be live. Bears Hour live right after.
Bears Hour live.
Cherie, Bears Hour live right after Seattle versus Chicago this Sunday. Cherie, you had a question.
Yes, the region is a real place.
Shut up. So I know we keep talking about head coach. Just want to get everybody's thoughts on the side and with the new head coach coming in. How is that going to affect?
He survived 3 times now.
Yeah,
Sean
Tressman brought him.
Tressman brought him. He survived the firing of Tressman. He stayed on with Johnny Fox. Remember, fired John Fox, not a plan, but an anthem. He survived that. Comes back again, and here he is with Coach Nagy. I'm a no. Goodbye, Sean. We'll see you. Good luck. You might be something, but I don't deal in mites.
You bring in a head coach, you would hope that he's got his guys.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
clean
Sean
slate,
Desai-
rebuild.
Sean
Clean slate.
Desai's showcase games were when they fucking mattered. And Eddie Jackson's out there lackadaisical, not tackling anybody. There's confusion. Let's not be recency bias. What they did the other night was tremendous, but where the fuck has that fire been? Where has that been? I'm
They had
not.
to go the Rivera route, right? Rivera had to go be an inside linebackers coach for San Diego after we let him go, right? And he had to go kind of to change and get a different view. That Desai's got to go reinvent himself. He'll be.
I don't think Desai has any control.
Yeah,
Right.
None.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with you, Mike. And Shayne, decide now. Decide or not
no,
to
I mean
decide.
He's not a blip on my radar with the staff being launched to the fucking moon. I mean, you have to give him credit for what he did the other night with being thrown into the complete.
Was it him or Deshae Townsend? Because he was out on COVID for a little bit.
No.
Desai came back.
He was there and coached.
Came back that night.
Yeah,
but I mean, Deshae got them ready to play. He was coaching them up during the week because he was on fucking Zoom calls playing fucking Who Goose the Moose.
He did it all in a week. I mean, Desai's been there all.
Deshae's been there as well all season.
Right, but I'm saying you still have to give
I'm gonna give him, but I'm throwing a little obstacle your way. Maybe Deshae, former Alabama, right?
Yeah, Deshae Townsend. But real quick, I was just looking this up while
Josh
you guys were talking.
Josh E, do you want Desai?
No, I do not. Clean slate, new regime, clean house.
Yeah,
all the way.
The worst thing you can do is put a guy in position and say, "Hey, this is to a new coach. This is going to be your new guy." And I'll tell you right now, if it's Harbaugh or Peyton, they would tell you to go fuck yourselves if you're going to put any type of coach in place anywhere. But this is from Albert Breer, and this is talking about the situation. This is from today. So I think there are two roads they can take talking about the Bears. And I'm assuming Matt's going to be gone, obviously. One road is very obvious. You've got a young quarterback. You bring in an offensive guy to develop him. So I think you look at a couple different guys. Do you hold on to general manager Ryan Pace if he convinces you that he can land Sean Payton? I think that's one name to keep an eye on. I don't know if Sean would want to leave New Orleans, but if I'm the Bears, I'm at least asking. And like I said, this is the fourth time that he's brought this up, and I don't think that I don't think anybody should overlook that.
Sean, I think if Sean given the option of working with Justin Fields over Jameis Winston, I know he likes Taysom Hill, but I think
Jameis is coming off a knee injury. He's a free agent.
I think if he given a choice, he'd take Justin.
Carr's talked about they're 60 million over?
60 million over. I mean, they've got like 11 million in dead cap from the Drew Brees deal, but they've got a lot of big money contracts for older guys.
We'd have to pray that his dream would be to come back to come coach for Chicago. Like any of these coaches, really. It is such a shit show here right now that I will literally be doing cartwheels if any of these names that we're talking about at the forefront end up in Chicago.
Don't forget too, and I know that the Bears are without a first rounder and fourth rounder this year.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be getting there'll be some comp picks in there, but like I said, so if you're going out, and I'm just throwing a name out there because this is a minority guy, and so a guy like, say you bring in Lake Dawson to be the next general manager of the Chicago Bears to work with President Ryan Pace. That's bringing you 2 third-round picks. To Carr's point, your compensation of trading for a coach, all picks are tradable, even if they're compensatory now. Before, you couldn't trade them. That's also, let me ask you guys this. Would you trade 2 second rounders, or would you trade a second and a third for Sean Payton?
Yes, I would trade anything for Sean Payton. I would literally trade, and just like last year when we had this debate about,
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities.
I would trade anything for fucking Sean Payton. That fixes the biggest problem, this chasm.
That's what I was gonna say, Greg. Going into the season, after the draft, going into the season, everybody's biggest concern was Nagy. If we can lock that down,
last year was quarterback. Well, they got the guy this year. If they can do it back-to-back seasons and hit a miracle home run, I will.
Yeah. Well,
Peyton
George
is more likely
there. I don't think it's George has the thing that if Pace is president, that it would be debatable if Peyton. If you can do a simple Google search and there's Sean Payton is,
but you gotta
very, very high on Ryan Pace. And
but I think you gotta look at it too.
In New Orleans and now.
he's got better relationships with more personnel people, right? Like, don't think that if Ryan Pace is gone, what happened with Trent and York and everything in San Francisco doesn't weigh in. It's going to be one of the big negatives over what happens with McDaniels as well, right? And what that played in. Like, if you're going to reset, you got to hire someone. And if you get a coach first, you've got to get someone that either has a recommendation of someone that they're going to want to work with, or is as well thought of that lots of people would come play. If it's literally just Ryan Pace stays and you go get Sean Payton and you go get Jim, like none of this is going to make a difference. It's got to be a twofer, and it's got to be a relationship that works. So
it's all coming down. Do they make the move of a president of football? That's the first move. If that happens, now we see the dynamic. Does Ryan Pace get fired? Does George make the hire? Does Ted retire? Does he get pushed out? All of these things are going to be the chess pieces that decide. Then the coach is going to come into play, unless they go for the big fish and say, I want Jim Harbaugh, and then Jim decides who the GM is going to be that he can work with. This is the stuff that we're going to be breaking down all off season. It's fun. It builds character. And hopefully we've been asking for this forever, that they do go out there and decide they need a president of football operations.
New Orleans may have their guy already in place to take over for Peyton.
They may.
In their DC.
Dennis Allen, yeah,
he's been a
He's
very
been a head
hot
coach
name around
before.
the NFL.
With the Raiders, he was a head coach for a minute there.
And
Made a
Peyton,
cup of
I looked,
coffee.
his contract extension basically kicks in one extra year. So after this, or two, I think it's like 2023, he's tied in through. So they still got to make that decision as well.
I hope the Bears make the decision to get a president and get rid of Ryan Pace. Does anybody here want to keep Pace in this organization?
I think George McCaskey does.
I'm talking about this area.
No,
Does anybody on this panel want
I would
Pace?
be clean slate, but I said, I'm always
I
going to
understand. I
But
know. He's the avenue to Sean Payton.
Right. And
they're
they're also looking at a fucking new stadium, and Ryan Pace has
What
already
does
been
he got to
involved
do
in
with
this.
the new stadium?
Because he's
done
already
now.
been involved with it, Philly. They're not going to. They're not going to fucking.
The business side is going to be there, okay, but he's done. If he's done, he's done.
And so you think that they're going to bring in a totally clean fucking slate to work with the Arlington
Because
Heights?
George thinks he can handle it. Yeah, George thinks he can handle it. George and the McCaskies think they can handle that shit.
I think Pace probably bought himself some
Me too.
cachet from what he did with the upgrades at Hallis Hall. And if they move him up to the president, that'll be their sales pitch. You know,
Shayne has said that since August, that this was watch what's going to happen. It's been documented on this network. I'm
Logan
against it.
Logan's
Don't
got,
keep his ass here.
I don't think he's really done that terrible in the drafts the last few years.
What
Yeah, he
GMs
has.
have gotten 3 head coaches? I think it was Adam Hogue that just had a thing out there. There's 3 or 4 of them. I'm blanking on their names. I don't care. Did you read that article? I think it was Hogue that had the article out about the GMs that have gotten 3 head coaches. I believe
not a good
the guy in Arizona.
Yeah, but it's such a small number. considering how many
Steve
GMs there
Keim.
are. Yeah.
Keim
Steve
had
Keim.
Arians. He then had Wilkes, and now he's.
But
got,
my point is it's not.
You don't get
abnormal.
3 chances.
It's happened, but nobody's. I don't think anybody
it's a good
here
question
can
to have.
I don't think anybody here is putting John Fox on Ryan Pace's resume. If you're being open and honest.
Yeah, and if you're George McCaskey, you're sitting there. If you're George McCaskey and you're thinking of why you want to give Ryan Pace a million excuses, you're sitting there and being like, well, Matt Nagy fooled us all. You know, he had us in 2018. Everybody but Phil was saying this is a good head coach, and seemed like we were on the right track. And now it's gone off the rails. My biggest indictment of Pace was he could have fired him after last year. So if you're going to say they're the collaboration crew,
Cards, Chargers, and Bucks have all had the same GM that's hired 3.
Some winning.
And like I said, I was making a sales pitch earlier in the year. Me and Sylvie got in a really big argument about how I thought pace wasn't the problem anymore when I was like as mad at Matt Nagy as I've ever been in my entire life halfway through this season. And I was like, Nagy is ruining, like nobody is getting better. It's Nagy. Pace is getting players and Nagy doesn't know how to make this a team, and a better coach would have this team operating like a normal franchise. And I felt that way, but I also am not going to freak out if they wipe the slate clean. That's what they should have done to end last year.
Right.
So if they do it this year, I'm totally fine with
Well,
that.
It's going to be interesting. We could talk about this all night long. It's going to be what we're going to be breaking down. I know everybody wants to dig in, but I don't know. Is George, is Ted still involved? All of that is going to come down. Obviously, everybody's completely in unison that Matt Nagy's gone. What happens with Ryan Pace is going to be the whole chess or the whole domino that falls. Is Shayne right? They push him up there. He becomes the big mantelpiece that gets to Arlington Heights and all of this, and he helps find the new GM who finds the coach. And if that's the move, I don't know. You decide. Is it a clean slate and get a president, or do they just go out and get another GM and have him and Ted and George are still there? All of those options are on the table, and it unfortunately
will they fuck this up?
Exactly, and that's where we are going to be fucking going ape shit, and you want to be able to cover it and talk about it, bring guests on, bring fans on, but you also want to be a patron where it's going to be even more in depth, where we bring coaches on, analysis, and all of that. The tapeneverlies.com. You can also get some swag. Got 20% promo, BHL20. Go over there. Again, great show tonight. Merry Christmas show. We're going to do a quick, condensed intro to our last segment of the night. Everybody knows on this network, it's shout out time.
Shout out Tape Never Lies. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love too. Shout out. I know you hear me, baby. Shout out. I know you see me, baby. Shout out. We gotta holler at you. Keep it 100 crew. Gotta show love from.
There we go. Shout outs real quick. Gonna go around the horn. We'll start with Josh because he's in a mountainous room with a lot of people, and he's traveled around. He's driven to Texas, to Chicago. He's flown. He's doing everything. He's in a better place now.
Bring that fat ass over here. I wanna get it in my mouth.
There you go, Josh. You're in a better place everywhere, right?
Yeah.
You have any shout outs?
Yeah, I want to shout out my family. I want to shout out everybody at the TTNL network. Of course, I want to shout out Cam and Raven. And then all the 100 crew, TTNL family. I mean, I could just go down the list. I don't think we have all that time in the world. I'm just going to go everybody.
Shayne, you got that music
that has helped.
Forgot to remind you.
I do. I got it.
So, everybody that has, reached out to me, I shout you out. And I shout out, I do. I shout out everybody here on this panel that it wouldn't happen without you guys. All these people that I met this year.
I'm just joking with you. There we go.
So I'm going to shout you guys out for keeping it 100. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year,
Josh E. The E train.
Right. Yeah, man.
We love you,
Love
Josh.
you guys. Love you
Thank
guys
you for coming on the show.
See you, man.
Real recognizes real, and I shout you guys all out. Spencer Strong, Riley Strong. Shout out Claudio and his family, and Cam
Nice.
and Raven, of course.
Well
And Logan
said.
and Bullets and Alex H.
Anybody else in the pockets? Got any lint?
JC, Richard Gordon.
JC, HL Priest. Forgot about him.
HL, we just going down the list. Love you guys all. You guys know it. Let's
Bob
Rick Riggs,
Loblo.
love you too.
Bob
Bob
Loblo.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah blah
And Rick
blah.
Riggs,
You
love
rock,
you guys.
Josh. You got some
Oh,
love.
blah blah blah.
Look
Good
at
man,
that.
Joe.
Thunder Girl.
Shout out Joe. Blah blah blah. Thunder
Thunder
Girl,
Girl.
Mandy, everyone.
There you go. Cherie and your mom.
Yeah,
Shout
she
out
won't
your
go to
mom.
bed. Just want to shout out to all of you guys and your families. I hope you all have a Merry Christmas, safe holiday, and to the TTNL family. Like when things are going, things are going bad for everyone, the TTNL family really steps up and offers their support, and that's everybody in the chat, all of the fans that's listening. People are so willing to step up, so it's good to see that there's still good in this world despite everything going on. So shout out to all of the fans. I hope everyone has a happy holiday, whatever you celebrate.
Well said, Cherie. Really well said. Look at you, growing up before our eyes as a broadcaster on the show now. Might have to get her own show, Shayne, on the network.
That's right.
My man Mike V from New Haven, now living in where? Charlotte? Where are you at?
Nah, man, I'm in Apopka, Florida. It's right outside Orlando.
Look at you. Now I got a place to stay when I come to Disney.
Oh yeah,
I'm hitting
down.
you up.
Yes, sir. You
That's
got
all
it.
my wife talks about, Mike. Disney and
Come on
finding a
down.
new house. Finding a new house
Might,
in Disney.
might even be able to get you tickets to Disney. So just
Oh my
come on,
God. Don't let my wife hear this part of the show.
Mhm.
She'll go nuts for that. I go, I don't want to. I'd rather go to Jamaica and lay on a beach with a drink with an umbrella than wait.
I never
in line
walked
to
so many
Disney.
miles in my life than when we took Riley to Florida. I mean, we went to Ela is one of those ones when you're on vacation. It's not just fucking sit back and relax. It's gotta go. And it was holy shit. It was 10 days of fucking walking everywhere.
It's hot down there.
Real hot.
Yeah, it's a
haven't been-
different hot. And then it
It's
fucking
different.
rains as hard as hell for 10 minutes, and then it just fucking stops.
Yeah.
It gets hotter.
Yeah, exactly. It burns
Well-
all the fucking moisture off.
Enough about that. You have any shout outs, Mike?
Yeah, definitely. Something heavy on my heart. I want to shout out to my aunt, Jerry. She's in the process of transitioning over to the next life, right? So I want to shout out her. I want to shout out my wife, and I want to shout out you guys for just keeping it real, keeping it 100. Man, this is family here, and I see that it's cherished every single time you guys put on the show. So definitely much love.
Wow. Look at this guy. He might be co-host with Cherie. Mike V growing up before my eyes in a minute. This guy's turned the table. I tell you what, Mike V in the stands, there might be a
Region News with Mike and Cherie.
Cherie gave him that side eye like that. Mike V, honestly, what a great human being you are. We have some
Appreciate you,
great
man.
fans. Like, you are always promoting and shouting us out and being an active person. I'm so glad you came on. I thought you weren't going to make it tonight. And then, lo and behold, Mike V pops up like Josh's Mike.
I
And then-
had it all set up. Mike and I talked earlier.
Mike
Had
V,
it all
one of
set
my guys. I'm finally get to see you at least. Now I know you're the real deal. Holy
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Jackal.
What up? What up?
What do you got, Jackal?
As we do, Merry Christmas to everyone here, TTNL family. have a safe and happy holiday. And like always, please reach out to someone, say hello, wish them a happy holiday, a Merry Christmas, whatever it is. Just, say hello to someone that you're thinking about. You never know what's going on the other end of that message. And shouting out Cam and Raven, rest up, big day tomorrow for Cam with the surgery. And thank you to everybody that helped support Cam, his family, and just the generosity that you see in the TTNL family, man. It's amazing. We talk about it every time we get on here, and it's just another testament to the love and support that's here. So I just want to say I really appreciate everybody here, and thank you. And here's to a happy and safe holiday.
Nice, good job, Jackal. You already have your own show every Tuesday night
with the Showstopper.
Steven Johnson, who was on the show tonight, giving away a Justin Fields jersey. If you're just tuning in, go back, listen, or check in the YouTube comments. There'll be a post about that link where you can win a Justin Fields. I don't have to win a Justin Fields jersey. This next guy sent me one because no matter what people say about him, he does think compassionately, privately, but he'll fucking bury you. I can't wait. I gotta be there when these two meet. Shayne and Greg Braggs from the Region and Proud stayed up later than he thought. He didn't want to stay up late. Somehow he yoked him in here.
Yup, he tricked me, Shayne. It's been a weird Sky Corporation's putting out some weird pornos.
Well, your mama ain't getting fruitcake.
Happy
tonight.
holidays.
Tell you what she is.
Hey, Greg, this is your dad, Shayne.
Yeah. Last time I was on here, I did the Go Fuck Yourselves rankings, but it's the holiday season, so I'll be nice and wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Definitely, it's been a trying year for a lot of you guys. You guys bringing up Cam and some different people. Claudio's going through it now, and you guys have all been through a lot of stuff. I obviously am close with Phil and Shayne, so I'm always, trying to be there for them as much as I can be. Sometimes I joke with them like it's like a black cloud's following them. They can't get out of the bad luck storm, and so 2020 sucked. 2021 was a little better, so here's to 2022 finally getting us over the hump and we can get back to the good life. Hey, that's about it. It's not too much football thoughts these days. I'm all into the family, having fun. I'm not gonna let the Bears ruin my life every week. And that's about it. Just enjoy your family this weekend. Enjoy, cherish what you got, and if always remember that somebody's got it a little worse than you if you're feeling down. And that's about it. That's the message I have. Have a drink on me. Cheers! I'll be drinking my Jack Daniels like I always do. No drunk Santa. No drunk Santa today. I apologize to those of you that were looking forward to that. Maybe another day, but not today.
Next Christmas.
Next Christmas,
we have a new coach.
Me and Cars
you're fast.
Get nice and drunk and drive him crazy. Cars, shout out of here. I know if Cars was here, his shout out would have been dedicated to me, and that means a lot. Cars, Merry Christmas.
You guys were getting along better tonight. You were questions back and forth. I was hoping Cars would stay. I could sense Cars was getting antsy after
like I said, I think
my Michigan pushback, Mike V.
That's because he wanted me to tell everyone that his shout out was dedicated to me and his love for me. And that's it. I just felt that was really nice of him.
Shayne Marsaw, shout out.
Short and sweet. I'm gonna shout out all you guys on the panel, everybody behind the scenes at TTNL. Like Greg said, it's been a long, crazy, emotional year, and I mean everything that I've been through with my small little family isn't close to what everybody else, just like what Cherie just experienced, Mike V has going on with his aunt. Josh saw first and foremost with Cam that whole situation. I know Jackal's lost some family members and Phil, Claudio, everybody. It's this entire network. It seems like every single person along the way has had some crazy situation with family or losing somebody or a very dramatic situation. And Phil and I talked, no matter what you're going through, this is always a release. This forum right here, unfortunately, I used to be able to get that release by watching the Bears, every weekend, get excited. Exactly. But it's been such a fucking clown show. You're like, oh, the Bears game is on. I last Sunday, Eli's like, you just need to get away from football, get away from, your phone, get away from everything. Take, Riley to go see the Spider-Man movie, and it was nice. We just went away, and it wasn't, I wasn't looking at my phone, checking on scores or worried about who was inactive for the Bears. We just sat there, and I spent entirely way too much money at the concession stands, at the fucking movies like everybody else does.
Sneak the candy in, man.
Yeah, exactly. But
dollar store before you go in.
That's what all of this is about. Bragg said, just step back and enjoy your family, because we've experienced a lot of crazy stuff this year, and you never know. Cherie, you can speak to it with your brother. Sometimes you think you're out of the woods, and then boom, it hits you just like that. I go back, and I want to rehash this, but my daughter was born on June 3rd. That should have been, it was one of the happiest days of my life, and she really should be my family's entire sole focus this entire time. And we had to pivot because of what was going on with Riley. And, I almost feel like I've cheated my daughter a little bit because of that situation, because we needed to, we had a different set of, circumstances. And it's a testament to everybody here, everybody behind the scenes. Like I said, I just want to thank you guys. And I know I'm the biggest ball breaker of them all on this network. No. And nobody is safe, and I'll go after anybody at any time. But at the end of the day, I think everybody probably knows that if anything ever happened, that I'd be the first one there to do anything for anybody. And I like to believe that you guys would do the same for me. And when we started this entire network, it's too bad we couldn't have fit an L in the, initials of this network, or a fit F in by the L, because it's about family. And right. That's, without it, we have nothing. And, I can't imagine not having you guys, everybody in the chat to rely on. It's, Josh, you and I have never met, but, we talk on the phone and text and stuff. And you know what I mean? That's what makes this situation beautiful. I've never shook your hand, Greg. I've never had the chance to shake your hand, but I know if something happened in my family and I didn't have anywhere else to go, I could pick up the phone and talk to you guys, and you guys would take the call.
You can stay at my house. You ain't staying at my mom's house.
Yeah. Well, she's got her own room here.
She's upstairs.
Yeah. But no, that's what it's all about. And I love you guys. I hope everybody enjoys the day. And Christmases are, I just don't take them for granted. Like I said, I thought I was going to lose my dad here a couple of weeks ago, and fortunately, he pulled through, and he's going to be here. But one more thing with the kids, let them have fun on Christmas morning, and don't pick that wrapping paper up too quick. Let it sit on the floor, and that's a memory that you should always cherish. Let them throw the shit everywhere on the floor and leave it there for a few hours. And those are the moments that you remember. And I hope everybody gets to experience that with their families on Saturday.
Well said, man. I mean, can't say it any better. I'll wrap up the shout outs saying this, obviously I want to shout out all you fans that promote our network, stand for the truth, and real recognizes real, as Mike V, as Josh E has said and come on here and spoke. So that in tune leads me to my shout out in saying my favorite Christmas movie is It's a Wonderful Life. And the reason why is look at it in the perspective of what happened in that movie, and you understand what the true meaning of TTNL is. Like, the star of the show loses everything, but understands, and I'm without the spoiler if you haven't seen it, it's a true testament to family as well as friendship. Who are there for you when you're at your lowest or things look like the worst? It's your friends, it's your family, it's the people of TTNL. And I could shout out all of you listeners and all you fans listening, whether you're driving trucks or on an airplane, listening to the show, traveling, doing everything you can possibly do to get over this nightmare that has been. But tonight, I shout out the people of this network that make it work behind the scenes all the time. You guys deserve a shout out tonight. And that's Chris Jackal, Ron G, Cool Kennedy, the music producer, the beat that you hear going on. Cherie, always stepping up anytime anything is needed there. She is always doing that to make these shows happen. Those little things do matter in life. Caden Whitlow, who does the open every week, he's putting together a Happy Holidays promo. Those things truly and deeply matter. Obviously, Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw, and his family and everything, all his support for this network. Claudio, as he's going through what he's going through, he's in my thoughts. I shout him out. Who am I missing? But there's Jeremy Plashinsky being the monitor of the patron. Somehow Clint got backstage, Jeremy, but in all truth, just joking. Who am I missing here? Ron G, Chris Zorich, Lawrence Fleming, the voice, all of you guys doing the little things to help Shayne and I, and Cars. How could I forget Cars? Matt Carson, all of you guys bringing this TTNL shows, all of them. Berlissimo, how could I forget this guy? Huge part of what it is we do. Berlissimo and his family across the pond. All of you guys doing these little things to help the show shine. I can't thank you guys enough. I thank you, Greg, for jumping on tonight. Mike and Josh E. I know the Hundo crew. I've shout out so many people all the time, but tonight it's very special. Like I said, it's a wonderful life. And it is for me. No matter what adversity I've ever had to face, I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm like that guy. That when the chips are down, I know all those friends compiling in the room with fucking their last cent that they might have to give because they believe in me. And those people have always believed in we, and that's Shayne and myself in this network. So shout out to you. Shout out to the fans. Keeping it 100. Can't wait to see you guys. Hopefully you have a great holiday. God bless you guys. We'll see you next week sometime. What day are we going, Shayne? Because I can't remember when New Year's is. I don't know anything. I don't know shit.
Both on Saturday.
Okay, so next Wednesday, I think we'll be live again, I believe. Anyway, we love you guys. Have a great Christmas. We hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you next week on Keeping It 100 on the tape Never Lies Network.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keeping It 100. Thanks for tuning in to the Tape Never Lies Network.
That's a Christmas present from a very dear friend of mine.
Look, Daddy, teacher says every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right. That's right. Attaboy, Clarence.
There you go.
You know, you could put an F still on that, in that, tape number,
That's right.
We're still
Merry-
live on the after bonus part of the 4-hour and 29-minute show.
Oh my God, it's 1
Huh?
o'clock
With
here
no
on the East
script.
Coast.
No script. We love you guys. We'll see you next week.
Final score 92-60. Purdue's got a big game on. Wait, no, I'm kidding.